celebration to success of the conference, this conference, but also to arrange and to contribute our research work and society work to a big platform. So on behalf of this conference, as a national coordinator or state coordinator, social science, women cell from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. So today we have gathered here and our today speakers. So welcome to all the guest speakers. First of all, I introduce myself or ourselves, Professor or Dr. Vinisha Singh, State Coordinator, SSMWA, Women's Cell, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. I have been working as an Associate Professor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and my stream is Earth Science, and I have working in environmental field, environmental hydrogeology, groundwater, and other social aspect, and as a different platforms. I welcome to our guest speaker, Dr. Shaimara Sorin Malikar, Associate Professor and Coordinator of Human Resource Management, Borough of Manhattan Community College City, University of New York, and it is a member of ISSMWA. So welcome of Madam Malcolm. And next speaker, Reina Lampui, Greek Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, Directorate of Education Technology and Innovation, Greece member, IISMWA. So welcome, ma'am. And today's speaker, next speaker is Nanda Ratkovic. It is and professor, trainer, educator, researcher, and split Croatia member of this society. And next guest speaker, Dr. Shahpura Costa, Professor of Economics, Government Mahakaushal Arts and Commerce, Lead Auto College, Jabalpur. She is a member of SSMWA and cell. So all these speakers again welcome who have gathered here. But before starting this conference, international conference and second day, I say this conference is valuable for all the women. या ये हम कह सकते हैं कि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट एंड वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर आज का ये मुद्दा नहीं है। महिला सशक्तिकरण, महिला सशक्त होना सभी के लिए जरूरी है। महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर के रूप में कई महिलाएं हमारे भारतवर्ष में एंड आउट ऑफ स्टेट, आउट ऑफ इंडिया काम कर रही हैं। यह कहना सही है कि वुमेन के अंदर एक पावर होती है और यह हम सभी जानते हैं, पर हमारी सोसाइटी में कुछ पिछले वर्षों से उनकी पावर को एक अंडर एस्टिमेट किया जाता है। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हम ये कहना चाहिए पैट्रियटिकल या पितृसत्ता के कारण ऐसा समझा जा रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं हमारी सोसाइटी में पुरुष का एक दबदबा रहता है। लेकिन 1948 की यदि हम कुछ वुमेन्स के बारे में बात करें, जैसे सावित्रीबाई फुले, जिनका नाम सभी ने सुना होगा, पहली बार वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के खिलाफ उन्होंने आवाज उठाई थी और उन्होंने भारतीय महिला शिक्षिका, जिन्हें भारतीय महिला शिक्षिका माना जाता है, पहली भारतीय महिला शिक्षिका भी माना जाता है, उन्होंने उस समय ब्रिटिश काल के समय में महिलाओं को पावर करने के लिए, पावर देने के लिए, एम्पावरमेंट के ऊपर उन्होंने अच्छा काम किया। बेहतर भारतवर्ष में उनकी एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। या हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारे उसके बाद 100 सालों के अंदर भारतवर्ष में वुमेन को एक लीडरशिप का मौका मिला है, जो आज भी एक्सेप्ट किया जा रहा है और हम सभी उसके उदाहरण भी हैं। कुछ महिलाएं, जैसे भारतीय महिला में इंदिरा गांधी, जिनके हम उदाहरण देख सकते हैं, सरोजिनी नायडू, विजया लक्ष्मी पंडित, और भी कई महिलाएं जिन्होंने कई बदलाव किए। रिवॉल्यूशन अकेले ही नहीं लाए, उनके साथ मिलकर के अन्य पुरुष जिन्होंने वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के ऊपर आवाज उठाई। और जैसे कुछ पुरुषों में यदि हम मेंस की बात करें तो राजा राम मोहन राय, ईश्वर चंद्र सागर एंड ज्योतिबाई फुले, ये इनके एग्जाम्पल हम सेट कर सकते हैं। यदि हम सभी जानते हैं, आप सभी को पता है, यूनाइटेड नेशन यानी थर्ड वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस इन 1985 में वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट पर जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई, कहीं ना कहीं वहां पर वुमेन की पावर के बारे में बात की गई, और जिसमें भारतवर्ष की महिलाओं ने, भारतवर्ष में जितनी भी महिलाएं हैं उन्होंने उसमें हस्तक्षेप किया। तो यूनाइटेड नेशन डेवलपमेंट एक ऐसा फंड फॉर वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो काम करती है आज भी इंडिविजुअली, जहां पर महिलाओं को एजुकेट होने का मौका मिलता है। महिलाओं को सशक्त करना यानी हम कह सकते हैं कि उसको एजुकेट करना है, और यदि महिला सशक्त होगी, एजुकेट होगी, तो वो अपनी फैमिली को भी एजुकेट कर सकती है। आज के डेट में लाइफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में बात कही जा रही है, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में जो बात हम रख रहे हैं, सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस के बारे में हम बात करते हैं। आज के डेट में जो वैल्यू और विजन है, कई सारे ऐसे लेटेस्ट मुद्दे हैं जिन पर महिलाएं आगे आकर के काम कर रही हैं, वे अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म पर आकर के काम कर रही हैं सोसाइटी के थ्रू। तो यदि हम पावर को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं तो हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारा सोसाइटी भी इम्प्रूव होगा, हमारे जो वर्क है उसको भी हम इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। यानी यदि हम देखें तो सेंसस का यदि 2011 का डेटा यदि हम देखें, उसके अकॉर्डिंग वुमेन का जो लिटरेसी रेट था वो करीब करीब 65% था, जबकि इन कंपैरिजन टू वुमेन मेल का जो लिटरेसी रेट रहा है वो 82% रहा है। तो ये एक बीच में गैप रहा है, और इस गैप के कारण ही कहीं ना कहीं वुमेन को आज की आवश्यकता है कि वो आगे आए और अपने पावर को इम्प्रूव करे। तो ये वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के ऊपर आज जो हम कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, हालांकि हमारा वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का मार्च में डे मनाया जाता है 18 मार्च को। तो वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योर, आज की डेट में जो आवश्यकता है वुमेन को एंटरप्रेन्योर यानी अपना उद्यमिता या विकास, अपना एक बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने के लिए, स्टार्टअप, आज की हम यदि देखें तो स्टार्टअप की बात कई जगह होती, कई प्लेटफॉर्म में स्टार्टअप को स्टार्ट करने के लिए हमको फंड्स सोसाइटीज दे रही हैं। बहुत सारे ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं जो स्टार्टअप दे रही हैं, जिसमें वुमेन उसमें आकर के हिस्सा ले रही हैं और अपना स्टार्टअप ओन स्टार्ट करके एक एग्जाम्पल सेट कर रही हैं कि हम भी पुरुषों से कहीं पीछे नहीं हैं। इसी के कुछ उदाहरण यदि हम देखें तो ऐसी भारतवर्ष में बहुत सारी महिलाएं हैं जिन्होंने अपना स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल वंदना लुत्रा इज ए फाउंडर ऑफ BLCC, फल्गुनी नायका फाउंडर ऑफ नायका फाउंडेशन। इन्होंने भी कई कोटक महिंद्रा में 20 साल तक काम किया, लेकिन उस सर्विस को छोड़ करके फिर उन्होंने अपना स्टार्टअप जमाया, अपना जॉब खुद बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, और जिसका नाम उन्होंने रखा नायका। और उस प्लेटफॉर्म के तहत वो अपने ऑनलाइन प्रोडक्ट बेचते थे। यानी सप्लाई करती थी, और उसका काफी अच्छा रिस्पांस ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पर उनको मिला। इसी का एक और यदि हम बात करें वुमेन्स की, तो इंदिरा नोगी, सुचित्रा, सुचि मुखर्जी, ये भी, इन्होंने भी कई अच्छे स्टार्टअप सेट किए हैं। यदि हम बात करें तो कुछ और अन्य महिलाओं की, जैसे रत्ना प्रभा, जो पहले आईएएस भी रहे हैं। इसके अलावा नेक्सस पावर कंपनी जिसके फाउंडेड बाय दी निकिता एंड निशिता, ये दो ट्विन सिस्टर्स थी जिन्होंने इस तरीके के कंपनी को स्टार्ट किया और काफी अच्छा उसका रिस्पांस भी मिला है। बायो ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स सप्लाई किए हैं। एलबीबी, इट इज ए न्यू दिल्ली बेस्ड सुचिता सलमन, जिन्होंने स्टार्टअप किया। 2008 में श्रद्धा शर्मा, जिन्होंने स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किया। माइलिन फाउंड्री एक कंपनी है जिसकी अदिति, जिन्होंने अच्छा स्टार्टअप किया। तो ये कुछ हमारे सामने वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर के एग्जांपल्स हैं जिन्होंने अपने खुद के स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट किए और आज वो अच्छे एक मुकाम पर हैं। भारतवर्ष में उनका नाम है, विदेशों में भी उनका नाम है, और आज वह एक वुमेन की एम्पावरमेंट को दर्शाती हैं कि हम कहीं किसी पुरुषों से पीछे नहीं हैं। तो ये कुछ हमने एग्जाम्पल लेके, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हम सभी जानते हैं कि वुमेन की एम्पावरमेंट से रिलेटेड और वुमेन को एंटरप्रेन्योर लेने के लिए काफी सारे प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करनी पड़ती हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल लिमिटेड मोबाइलिटी, यानी नाइट टाइम में महिलाएं हर जगह काम नहीं कर सकती हैं। लैक ऑफ लिटरेसी, ये एक उदाहरण प्रॉब्लम का हो सकता है। मेल डोमिनेंस है हमारे सोसाइटी, जिसके कारण कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं को प्रॉब्लम फेस करना पड़ रहा है। लैक ऑफ फाइनेंस, फाइनेंस की जहां बात होती है स्टार्टअप को स्टार्ट करने के लिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो इतना इजी वुमेन को नहीं देते हैं इन कंपैरिजन टू मैन। एंड मैनेजिंग मेल एम्प्लॉयज, कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा महसूस किया जाता है या ऐसा कहा जाता है कि वुमेन वर्कर जो है, वुमेन एम्प्लॉयज हैं, वो उतना मैनेजिंग पावर नहीं रखती हैं। लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, लेकिन इन सभी प्रॉब्लम्स को शॉर्ट आउट करते हुए महिलाओं ने, जो अभी हमने उदाहरण देखे, उन्होंने स्टार्टअप और इतने अच्छे एग्जाम्पल सेट किए हैं कि इन प्रॉब्लम्स को भी शॉर्ट आउट कर दिए, और आज की डेट में यह प्रॉब्लम्स वुमेन्स के लिए न के बराबर है। यानी हम कह सकते हैं कि वुमेन भी नाइट में काम कर सकती है, हर जगह काम कर सकती है, कहीं भी जा सकती है, और पुरुषों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के काम कर सकती हैं। तो यह सभी एग्जाम्पल हमारे सामने हैं, और चूंकि हमारे पास लिमिटेड टाइम है, इस जिसके कारण मैं इतना ही शॉर्ट में इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में अपने वक्तव्य रखना चाहती हूँ। आगे हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, आज के प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट अवर गेस्ट स्पीकर डॉक्टर शायमेरा सोरीन मालिकर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ HRMB। तो वेलकम टू शायमेरा सोरीन मैडम, वेलकम। आप, मैम आपका
मैडम
वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है,
वॉइस
या नो, अनम्यूट, अनम्यूट योर।
मैम प्लीज अनम्यूट मैम, साउंड इज नॉट कम मैम, प्लीज अनम्यूट, प्लीज चेक मैम। There is some technical issue. We will wait 1 or 2 minutes. Otherwise, ma'am, please call next one.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Your sound not come, ma'am. Please check your speaker, ma'am.
No, right?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
ma'am. Okay. Please
perfect.
go.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Um, Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Here it is morning, 6:30 in the morning, where I'm calling from the UK. So I really appreciate all your help. Um, and I'm honored to be here to speak on the topic of emotional intelligence and women entrepreneurship. So I have 20 minutes, and the agenda typically is fourfold. I would request all of you to participate as well to make this more interactive. The four parts in my agenda is I will talk about women entrepreneurs worldwide. Um, I'm happy to have you chip in the chat group. Um, then typically looking at Indian entrepreneurs and their emotional intelligence aspects. Also looking at what is the definitions of women entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship as such, and then looking at literature review on emotional intelligence and women entrepreneurship. So that's my agenda fourfold. So thank you again, and we start now. So if you think of some women worldwide as famous female entrepreneurs, you can put it up in the chat and we can go ahead to discuss. So number 10th on the list is Sofia Vergara. Net worth is $37 million. So as well as being an actress and model, she has many endorsements, like Head and Shoulders and Diet Pepsi. And then she's also a very successful co-founder of Latin World Entertainment, talent management company. So that's number 10. I'm happy to have you all write in the chat, raise hands, and we can discuss the next one, who is Ariana Huffington. Number 9, looking at $50 million as the founder of Huffington Post, and even after the selling the company to AOL for $315 million, she still remains a big part of the daily operation. Right. Next on the list is Debbie Fields. Net worth is $65 million. She's the founder of Mrs. Fields Bakery, largest retailers of fresh cookies in the USA. So since founding the business, she has managed to expand into 11 countries, 650 bakeries in the United States, and then 80 or others in all over the world. So that's Debbie Fields. Next one is Beyonce. Basically, Beyonce net worth is $450 million, but as a couple, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they had the same empire state of mind, richest couple in the world. But let's talk about the women entrepreneur, Beyonce, where she has all her awards and recognitions received for her music. Much of her fortune has come from other ventures, such as various endorsements, investments, and her own clothing line. Right. That was the next one. Coming forward for $1 billion is Sarah Blakely, where she's the founder of Spanx, a multi-million-dollar undergarment company. She didn't have much money to invest while founding Spanx, but it is really true that she has become one of the most famous entrepreneurs. Right? Thank you. I appreciate that. Anything in the chat? Anybody wants to contribute for the next one on the list, please? Okay. Next one is Chair Wang. Her net worth is 1.6 billion. She was basically born in 1958, went on to a degree in economics from the University of California. And then she joined the company First International Computer. The first company she founded was co-founded VIA in 1987. And then she went on to co-found the company called HTC in 1997. She has a net worth of $1.6 billion. She has been featured on the Forbes billionaire list as well. So, anybody else? A guess for the top four? We have Dennis Coates. Net worth is 2.5 billion. She's the founder of Bet365, an English-based online gambling company. So she purchased bet365.com domain name back in January 2000. It's been a whole year building the site before launching it out to the public. So with a 15 million pound loan from the Royal Bank of Scotland in the UK, Bet365 was set up and it's running. So since then, it has become the largest online gambling site in the world. Net worth, as I said, $2.5 billion. The top three now. So she's the third one, is the richest female in Nigeria. Any guesses? Net worth 2.5 billion. She is Folorenshu Alakjia. So she may not be very well known compared to entrepreneurs like Oprah Winfrey or Ariana Huffington or Beyonce, but she's basically the first company she founded was a tailoring company called Supreme Stitches, which she founded after having two jobs, one in CRJ Enterprises in Nigeria and other one which was in the First National Bank of Chicago. Right, so that was number third. Any guesses, please, for number two and number one? Anyone? Any guesses? I had given the answer. It was typically Oprah Winfrey for number two. $3 billion is her net worth. Multi-talented, successful actress, talk show host, producer, philanthropic, you name it. Her most successful and popular venture probably being the Oprah Winfrey Show, which was awarded being one of the longest daily running daytime shows ever to have aired. And that is lasting 25 seasons, and that's 25 years. So amongst all Oprah Winfrey's ventures, she has been able to have a total net worth of $3 billion, making her one of the richest, well-liked, and famous female entrepreneurs in the world. Right? The top on the list, Gina Reinhardt, $11.7 billion is the richest person in Australia, sixth richest woman in the world, with a personal fortune of $11.7 billion. Chairman of Hannock Prospecting Group, a mining company which put into things the perspectives, produces 30 million tons of iron ore per year. So she became the chairman when her father passed away in 1992. And since then, she has quickly become the richest female in the world. So let's again the list. Sophia, we have Gina Reinhardt, number one, Oprah Winfrey, Folorenshu Alajika, Chair Wang, Dennis Coates, Sarah Blakely, Beyonce, Debbie Fields, Ariana Huffington, and Sofia Vergara. So now we'll talk about some names, and I would want you all to participate, please, if you can, in the chat. We come to the second part of my agenda, which is women entrepreneurs in India. Have you heard these names? Dr. Rita Shah of Superwoman Unleashed, Priyanshi Choksi, which is Beyond the Degree, Nikhila Puchka from Money Planned, Anuradha Kamesh from Mind Infinity, Tarveen Kaur of Founder Personify. We had Dr. Meena Mishra from Milantas Private Limited, Captain Shahana Sundar from Founder Spark Igniting Minds. Anyone heard these names? We had Sulekha Chandra, who is the founder of Gyan Paradise. We had Shweta, who is the SH, who is the co-founder of Square Infinity. We have Manju Chandra, who is the founder Digital Hat LLC. Has anyone of you heard these names? Yes, please. We can put it up in the chat, and I see there are people raising hands as well. So wonderful. Maybe we have questions, and we will answer them accordingly. So yeah, if you haven't heard these names, I'm sure they will be successful enough. We have so much of contribution from the government as well. Like we have the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, the WEP Niti Ayog, which is aimed to promote and support aspiring women entrepreneurs in India and help them scaling up and expand their journey. We had typically MSMEs, which is the Ministry for Small and Medium Enterprises, India state, that women are the pillars of the society. Typically, they are the harbingers of change, as the professor mentioned. So there is a lot of support from the Indian government. Some more initiatives like Stand Up India, Mission Indradhanush. We had the Mudra Yojana scheme. There is the TREAD, which is the Trade-Related Entrepreneurship Assistance and Development Scheme. There is the Mahila Udyam Nidhi scheme. There is the Stree Shakti package for women entrepreneurs, Mahila Bhartiya Business Bank loan. There is a Dena Shakti scheme, Udyogini scheme, Sent Kalyani scheme, and I'm sure all these names will be sparkling up, as was mentioned by our professor for Indira Noi. So typically, we're looking at the third item on the agenda. I have maybe maximum 5 more minutes, I suppose, because I had 20 minutes. So we're looking at studying the existing situation and entrepreneurship. That's the basic focus of today's talk. We are looking at the emotional intelligence competencies as well. So what exactly is emotional intelligence? So typically emotional intelligence can be looked at an ability of an individual to have self-awareness, self-regulation. There is motivation, there is empathy, and there is social skills. Along with that, there is adaptability, flexibility, problem-solving ability, stress tolerance, happiness, optimism, reality testing. I mean, you name it. These are all aspects of emotional intelligence. So typically, to summarize, emotional intelligence ensures positive and persistent approach for better assertive communication, team capabilities, collaboration, change management, and leadership, which is essential for women entrepreneurship. Right. Let's talk about some of the researchers who have talked about women entrepreneurship and EI. One of the researchers in 2017 named Bernice, he states that women entrepreneurs are increasing. They are great listeners. Women are great listeners with innate sense of care, which makes them better than men at handling issues, taking criticisms and tough predicaments. Female entrepreneurs are those who use their knowledge and resources to create new business opportunities and own at least 50% of the business. Typically, they have been in operation for at least 8 years. No, typically for 8 years. The results indicate that emotional intelligence and competencies like self-management and relationship management, they play a greater role in the entrepreneurial success of women. That was the study by Bernice in 2017. In 2019, there was Basha, who actually starts with actually defining entrepreneurship, where he says entrepreneurship is actually a process of designing, launching, and running a new business, and is often associated with creativity, passion, and energy. So, typically for entrepreneurs, the ability to understand, interpret, and express non-verbal emotions is vital importance, owing to various reasons, of course, right? Many, many reasons. The basic importance is it assists in making rational judgments about the messages, and they frame the responses accordingly. It helps in improving interpersonal relations as well. There is evidence of how emotional intelligence, EI, plays an important role in the success of emerging enterprises. That was Basha in 2019. In 2015, there was Niga and Saleh who studied the ability to be innovative. Innovation is a very important part to entrepreneurial success. So the study covers the Malaysian Academy of Entrepreneurship and the SME development. There were certain factors like risk taking and ability to change, which cannot be delegated, right? And all of this risk taking and adaptability, they actually lead to stress as well, a lot of stress for these entrepreneurs because they are on call 24/7. So emotional competencies like self management, relationship management, they show higher innovative performance. So motivation and self awareness are the most effective factors of innovation and empathy, and has the most effectiveness on proactiveness as well. So the conclusion is that entrepreneurs can leverage the power of emotions typically to become great leaders, and that further adds to entrepreneurial culture and the environment in which they are and the orientation as well. So that's for my 20 minutes. I'm happy to take any questions. I have still furthermore studies like Indian authors like Prashant Nivedita as well, which talks about emotional intelligence with the HRM perspective, the human resource perspective as well. So there are accessible surveys, business connections between EI and women entrepreneurship. To summarize again, the last point is as entrepreneurial business grows, the human resources become more formal, complex, systematized, and organized as well. And as I said earlier, the government of India typically has contributed a lot and has defined women entrepreneurs as an enterprise in hand and controlled by women or girls having the maximum cash interest, right? That is the basic definition. So to conclude again, the emotional intelligence improves social effectiveness, which is one of the most vital factors to women entrepreneurship. So thank you very much again, and I'm open to questions. We had Kanchan Singh, Suman Kher, and Kanchan Chaurasia raise hands. Do we want to ask questions, please? Thank you for your comments. Professor Vinisha Singh, how do we take questions? They've raised their hands.
Anybody want any question, answer for that question? Please ask to ma'am. Please ask. Anybody have?
I really appreciate your questions. Thank you, Professor Brajesh Kumar, as well, and Dr. Vishwakarma for inviting me. It's a pleasure. I appreciate the comments in the chat
Your
as
mic
well.
off. No, Brajesh, mic is okay. Sound is clear. Okay. Anybody want any question to ask?
No, no.
Madam,
Yeah, Kanchan Singh.
Dr. Abha Shukla here, ma'am.
Hello, Abha. Wonderful to
Hello.
meet you in virtually.
Ma'am, what type of challenges basically face rural entrepreneurs, rural women
Correct. I would talk
entrepreneurs?
about that in the Indian perspective. Population becomes a major challenge, but for women entrepreneurs in the rural areas, a lack of information technology, looking at financial aspects, mismanagement, lack of proper planning could be some of the major challenges. Of course, family pressures, taboos, and notions in the Indian context also make it difficult for a women entrepreneur to venture out in the rural areas. But of course, now with a lot of support being offered, all these are being overcome. Loans are being offered by banks as well. So hopefully all will be well with rural entrepreneurs as well. They try and have most of it as cooperatives, as we have seen with the Amul cooperative. So with that venture, they can really go ahead as a group to succeed in the international platform. Thank you, Wonder, very much. It was a great question.
Thank you, madam.
You're welcome, Abba.
Okay, next one, please. Next one. Anybody want to ask any question? Kanchan Singh.
She just posted on the chat.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, it's really very well organized. We
Yes.
have participants talking and participating as well. Thank you so much for this great conference.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am, for international and India knowledge, ma'am. You have good knowledge of this field, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, please.
There's a
Vinisha Singh, ma'am, please.
question. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, hi,
I want to
Sanjeeta.
ask. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask. During the COVID situation, there are lots of economic problems are facing nowadays. Uh, uh, the women entrepreneur are most of women entrepreneurs are facing economic problem and marketing problems. Then how could we help to her or suggest to develop their business or sustain in this period?
Very good question, Sanjita. Typically, the first step of starting any business initiative is having a business plan. And there are actually 7 parts to a business plan. It starts off with understanding the introduction, the purpose, the need, getting to know what is the competition around. Then it goes on to understand what are the various aspects to be considered in the business form of a business. Then goes on to the operations plan, marketing plan, human resource plan, finance plan, and also an exit strategy. Now, if in the even in COVID times, it is a checklist. I have this assignment given to my students, and we do around 2 or 4 plans. We don't do all the 7 parts to the business plan. If they have that business plan in place, then it really helps making a checklist. Even in the COVID times, yeah, thank you. So even in COVID times, we have a lot of focus on all these aspects, and also, of course, with the changing dynamics, importance of internet marketing through the internet sources and WhatsApp, social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. All of this can be used, and that along with the business plan, the 7 parts, which is a checklist, and these marketing tools, a women entrepreneurs can rock.
But ma'am, what about the service facility? How they provide their products in the market, because they have no more courier services and etc. So how can they give their
Very
products
good
to the
point.
customer?
Yeah, very good point. Now, in such a case, there have been many businesses which have been really closed down. Can you, Sanjita, can you specify which is the product you're talking about? Because then we can focus on how to market the product, how to arrange. Because, then they say when the Lord closes a door, somewhere he opens a window. So it cannot happen that all courier services are closed, everything is gone. The Indian government, we have been trying to have postal services which is normal post, which can be done. Amazon works on worldwide because it's a transnational company. There will be somebody or the other which will be available. I mean, I wouldn't say impossible, I would rather say I am possible for the same word. But Sanjita, I'm happy to post my email and my contact number which is on WhatsApp. I post my US number and the UK number on the chat for all of you, and I'm happy to discuss on the call so that the program can proceed further. So Sanjita, very good question. I'll look forward to discussing with you again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. I'll put my details on the chat. Thank you again for everything. Let me put, and then I will exit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Shaimera Sorin. Your presentation and your speech is very informative for all of us and for all women entrepreneur who is working in different fields. So thanks. Now I would like to invite next guest speaker of this conference, Dr. Raina Laumpu, Greek Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs and Directorate of Education, Technology and Innovation, Greece member ISM WA. So welcome, Raina ma'am.
Your sound is off, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Please start.
I think internet problem, networking problem, I think. Ma'am, unmute yourself.
Please unmute your mic, ma'am.
I can give you a tip. What I did, Rania, is I went to my son. He was sleeping, but I went to him and I asked him to change the audio setting. So maybe you can leave the meeting and join again is my suggestion. So yeah, thank you. But the children are very good with technology. I joined Google Meet for the first time today. I was always on Zoom, but that's a suggestion. Maybe we can take some more questions as the professor joins back. Happy to. So I've posted my WhatsApp numbers and email as well on the chat. Happy to connect with all of you. There is actually research going. Yeah, she's come back.
You have discussed, ma'am, very well manner and detail and I think fourth label agenda and four parts. So very well.
Okay,
Thank
can
you
you
so
hear me
much.
now?
Okay, Rania, ma'am, please start.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning
Okay.
from Greece. I'm very, very happy to be here today in this
Yes.
interesting discussing women entrepreneurship has values. And it opens up the subject to other unexplored topics, such as balancing family professional life, the meanings of risk taking, the role of entrepreneurial culture, the question of how I want to start teaching business, and of course, the significance of self-confidence in entrepreneurship. So, may I share now my presentation? Can I share my... The Google Meet does not work. I don't know what happens. Anyway. Um,
Rani, are you logging on your mail? Maybe
yes,
it will
yes.
tell.
No, I know. It's just stuck today.
Only open your PDF or presentation. Click on presentation and automatically seen.
Can you see now?
No, no.
No.
No?
No. Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, around 50 years ago, the idea of female entrepreneur managing her own company would have seemed ambitious at best. So, with discrimination, gender inequality being factors working against women, women entrepreneurs started to rise to fame. So many women have started their own businesses in order to break free from social constraint. And in the last 20 years, we can see that the amount of female business owners has increased by 140%. Nowadays, women have proven that they can become leaders too, because the role of women in today's business is very important. Women can leverage their natural intuition and social communication skills in order to create a lot of win-win situations in their professional group. So, at the same time, interactive leadership is a characteristic of many female executives because they encourage participation, they facilitate inclusion, and they share power and information. In this way, they enhance the self-esteem of others and they inspire enthusiasm about the work. So what is actually the definition? Women entrepreneurs are those who think of a business enterprise, who initiate it, organize and combine factors of production. They operate enterprise and undertake risks and handle economic uncertainty involved in running it. So what are the reasons that call for women entrepreneurship programs? First of all, the economic rationale, because countries with high rates of business creation are also those where business creation is similar among women and men. The policy rationale, because countries, regions, and localities that have adopted policies supporting women entrepreneurs demonstrate a clear impact on the numbers and growth of women-owned businesses. And the bottom-up rationale, because numerous non-governmental and private initiatives targeting women entrepreneurs have launched a range of new tools and networks that have enriched the entrepreneurial spectrum. For instance, first in the United States, Canada, and Israel, business creation rates are comparable among women and men, and all these three countries exhibit high levels of entrepreneurial dynamism. By contrast, Denmark, Finland, Japan, and Germany belong to a group of countries with lower levels of overall entrepreneurial activity and higher disparities in business creation between women and men. So you can see also that Countries with low levels of entrepreneurial dynamism can make great strides in the creation of business jobs by encouraging entrepreneurship among women. Also, women entrepreneurship has become a topic, a concept of interest through the action of lobbying groups, of associations, of private initiatives and networks. We can see here some common features about women entrepreneurship. But most women with small income usually are possible to become entrepreneurs with small facilities. A majority of women entrepreneurs are married with the support of their husband, and most of them face difficulties in obtaining financial support to start their enterprises. A large number of women with little or no education and training enter into the business field. Many become entrepreneurs out of economic necessity. Women's sincerity, hard work is the cause usually for sustainability and growth. Women entrepreneurs are security oriented rather than growth oriented as men. And most of women prefer stabilization of income and minimization of risk. Business enterprises, also women, lack working capital. This causes a low profit margin. So why become entrepreneurs? Usually to become economically independent, to establish our own enterprises, to our self-identity in the society, to achieve self-excellency in our achievements, in our endeavors, to build confidence, to develop risk-assuming ability, and to secure greater freedom and mobility. Usually, there is a great need in modern days, a great need for women entrepreneurs, and several factors are responsible for this. These factors are divided into two categories: motivational factor on needs and facilitating factor on needs. Motivational factors include economic necessity, because in business, the entry of women is a relatively new phenomenon because of the breakup of the joint family system and the need for additional income for maintaining the living standards in the face of inflation or rising prices. Women have started entering the competitive world of business. Also, this is related to the desire of high achievement, because in modern days, though women are educated, usually they're not able to find jobs in the marketplace. So a woman is tempted by a desire to achieve something high, valuable, and prove herself as an asset and not a liability to the family. And this is, I think, the strongest motivating force for a woman to become an entrepreneur. Independence, because another strong motive and force compelling the woman to become an entrepreneur is related to a desire to lead an independent life with self-confidence, self-respect. Very important government engagement, because we see here that all these government, no government bodies have started giving increasing attention and encouragement to women's economic conditions through self-employment and business ventures. We have seen during the COVID pandemic how many measures were taken by governments, new policies, etc. And all these various policy programs introduce various incentive schemes to promote women entrepreneurs, especially in rural areas. Education, and because women have taken up various kinds of technical, vocational, commercial, specialized education, so as to qualify themselves to be self-employed. Model roles, very important, and family occupation is important factor of motivating a woman member to participate in family business along with your husband or other members of family. Employment generation, the creation of employment opportunities. So women serve as a solution to the widespread problem of women employment to some extent. Self-identity, as said before, and growing awareness, because with the spread of education and the growing awareness among women entrepreneurs have been increasing. They don't want to stay within the four walls of the house, but they want to become like their male counterparts, achievement-oriented, career-minded, and economically independent, so that they will be able to provide costly, high-level medical technical education to their children and lead a high standard of living. We also talk about another set of needs facility needs, which are actually the needs for providing various facilities for the successful working of women at the prices. Adequate financial facilities, those finances lifeblood of businesses, whether it is run by men or women. So government, as I said before, has set up industrial estates for women. It should therefore provide the required financial facilities to women entrepreneurs. Innovative thinking, because innovative thinking, women motivate them to become entrepreneurs. Women who have this entrepreneurial talent, who have innovative thinking, naturally used to take up small businesses or industries, and this can have amazing results. Support the cooperation of the family, availability of experienced and skilled women, and development of programs. Um, as I mentioned before, usually the areas of group women entrepreneurship are agriculture, home-based industries such as handicrafts, etc. And there are also some factors that influence women to become entrepreneurs. First of all, that what we call the push and pull factors. The push factor usually is aligned with negative environment, and the pull factor is attributed to the push factor that may result from low income, low job satisfaction, or lack of job opportunities and strict working hours. Women are influenced, of course, by socio-cultural complexities to become entrepreneurs, and because of such complexities, many international organizations adopt strategies to outcome these. We can mention also some personal factors that comprise motivation, commitment, ability, skills, ideas, and market resources, um, and also some external factors that include the business development organization, broader enabling environment, economic market environment, social, cultural context. Of course, we're all gender-specific problems remains, especially cultural problems, because the culture of entrepreneurship value is, um, for instance, the value of entrepreneurship and gender roles in particular have direct impact. So a lack of self-confidence and self-esteem, or this could be a guilty conscience for dedicating too much time to work instead of family. This also can hinder business growth. Problems that are often directly linked to the status of women as employees, and women also are often underrepresented among the client base. Because there is usually a discrepancy between the supply and demand of business services that can be corrected through policy action. Your women are not aware of the problem, they don't do enough to seek the support of all these mainstream services. Of course, access to finance, of course, it's very important. So we're talking about now new period because we are in the COVID pandemic, and since 2019, globalization developed another parameter, the spread of a highly infectious disease of COVID pandemic. So we're talking about a new wave of innovation, new innovation challenges. This has unleashed a wave of innovation, and it has created the need for organizations to adapt quickly to changes, to shifts in design techniques and practices, to experiment, explore new options. So we're talking about the new paradigm shift, which was actually the shake-up needed to restructure the system. And this showed that the COVID pandemic, especially in the entrepreneurial domain, could be a great reset, an opportunity to bring forward long-awaited reforms. And also, here we can see that during the COVID pandemic, how COVID pandemic has affected female entrepreneurs. First of all, it's what we call muted demand for services, because more than 50% of female entrepreneurs work in the wholesale retail trade, which we all know that suffered greatly during the lockdowns. The serious threat to business survival, because, for instance, Forbes reported that only 25% of female entrepreneurs seek financing for the business compared to men. And these businesses were especially vulnerable during times of crisis. Challenge to work-life balance. The school closures was meant that working members were forced to juggle full-time childcare alongside their job, which had a very negative impact on work-life balance. A need to adapt and diversify. We have seen how many entrepreneurs, how many enterprises, companies, and especially women have shifted to digital entrepreneurship. because whether we like it or not, COVID pandemic has unleashed all this wave of digitalization. And what are the 5 key of resilience, especially for women? First of all, is what we call leadership resilience. That means that we need a team, we need a network. Revenue resilience. That means that we need to be prepared in advance for to have the plan B. Organizational resilience, because during the COVID pandemic, how companies have discovered many some employees with previously untapped skills. Financial resilience, we need to have a firm grasp on how money moves through our company. And operational resilience, it's important to map out supply chain from raw materials to the end customer, and all this, what these are entails. So what could be possibly responses for women entrepreneurs now in the post-COVID era? Communicate the importance of maintaining and developing business networks. Develop network protocols to ensure greater gender balance. Optimize time and of events. Manage potential trust issues related to establishing business contacts virtually. Establish clear strategic links between networking and other key entrepreneurial ecosystem components such as mentoring, training, finance, market opportunities. Very important to try to leverage all these government schemes that I aforementioned. Ensure access of women to critical support services, ensure business continuity, as well as assistance to reactivate business activity, and help try to participate in all these programs that target poverty eradication and economic growth. For instance, there was a characteristic program, and there was a Rebuilding Better project during the COVID pandemic, which targeted the women entrepreneurs in Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand to recover from the COVID pandemic and adopted more sustainable and resilient business models. So this helped women-owned small businesses in the manufacturing, service, and retail sectors. How? Through training. Training got support to build business financial management skills, through information about financial service shared and assistance with applications for financial support, providing information about new and existing market opportunities. So here, of course, we're talking about global rise of female entrepreneurs. There are millions of women starting or running businesses. And this also helps job creation because they employ people creating jobs, helps innovation. Women, they consider themselves as strong innovators. And then before concluding, we can see some characteristic statistics here, but 62% of women business owners are between 40 and 59 years old. Also 62% of male owners started their own business is the main source of income. 20% of business united in Dubai are owned by women. Women receive an average loan. We talked about how women don't take risks, they don't seek finance, they don't seek loans, and women are more likely to feel stressed about their business. So what is the future? I think that we have come up with we are very close to bridge the gap that exists between male and female entrepreneurs, but of course we're far from making an impact on the overall gender gaps worldwide. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have
Hello, Vinisha ma'am. Hello. Hello. Professor Vinisha Singh.
yes, I'm here.
Hello. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please
Madam, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite next guest speaker, Nadda Ratboik. She is a professor, trainer, educator, researcher, split Croatia member of our ISSMWA. So welcome, ma'am, Nanda ma'am.
Good morning, good evening to all dignified participants, speakers here. I'm really honored to be today on this great conference. I will share my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. Nada Ratkovic, professor from Croatia, from the University of Split, Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, and also International Internship University professor and board member. What will I talk today? I will talk today about empowering the woman and about the entrepreneurship. What is in Croatia? What is in my country? How we support the woman? In my country, we really support the woman with many grants, and I can say that women entrepreneurship in Croatia is really rapidly growing, and with our Croatia national policy is for the gender equality. But I will show that we still have a problem. We want a free Sunday. We want a free Sunday for especially for the woman. Why for the woman? Because it is the only day in the week when a woman can be with a family, especially the women who are working in the big centers like a sailor, and like a sailor she don't have a free time. Me is also supporting women's entrepreneurship like a professor. One of my subjects is also entrepreneurship, and I want to say that here in India, International Internship University has a big women council, women entrepreneur council, with which empowers not only the women from India, the women from all around the world, and really it is really IIU is investing a lot in that council. Here, I will show our former president, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, in 2015 in Croatia. We had a woman president, and she was really great, and she was fighting for the women's right and for the development of women's entrepreneurship. And she make a big national strategy and policy for the gender equality. What to say about development in Croatia's commitment? A big role, a special place for the woman employment. What are the women's rights in Croatia? We like a woman have many rights. I can say almost equally like the men's. What about the legal status? I want to show that we have an article number 3, which is talking about the constitution of women's entrepreneurship and the gender equality. And Croatia is one of the country of the former Yugoslavia. We had before that six countries. Now we have 6 countries from the former Yugoslavia, and I can say that Croatia rapidly grow after this, but it happened after the big war. In Croatia, 71% of men are employed, and 61% we have active women. But that is really, if we talk about that, that is really good when we make a comparison with other European countries and other countries all around the world. We have 5 major components of women's empowerment. Which are that components? First is the woman's sense of self-worth. Another is the right to have choice, to have access to opportunities and to the resources, to have a control of her life in outside and home, and also that is a big influence and direction of the social change. First, I must say that a woman need to have confidence. There are many rural parts also in my country where the man is having the main role in the family. But today the times are changing. Women don't have that couldn't help. And that, as I will say, depends about the woman. The woman must show her right, and the woman must show that she is available to do work and to have her wage. It is very sad when the woman don't work and she don't have her own money, because today you need to have your own money. What are the purpose of women's empowerment? How can we empower them? Through first, like educators, we will say through education. Women must be today educated, and if she finished some university, like example, technical university, she needs to do that work. Like example, me. I finished first mechanical engineering, and like a woman, I couldn't find a job in that field. So after that, I go on the economy and informatics. But that is what I want to say. Who said that a woman like an engineer can't be successful and excellent in her work? It is very sad. And today, after a few years that I finished, the situation changed, but I never get back to that field. 5 types of empowerment. That is what we're talking about. Educational. Women need to have education. And if you want to be a woman entrepreneur, you need to know, as Professor said, business plan. You need to have the main economics knowledge. You need to know how to make a business plan, how to make a marketing plan, how to take the financials. So after that is going the economic, that we said economic situation today. If you don't work, or in a family, husband and woman don't work both, it is very hard to live. Political, I think that political woman who wants to be a politician, that is their choice. But for me, the political, it is not important, but this psychological is really important, because today many abuses on the women's, and that if you are under the stress, if you have problems, if you are not happy today, you can't have a balance between your brain and your mind, and that is a big problem, and especially for a woman, because men fight very easier for the stress than women. So what are the global role of women? Why not a woman be a farmer, educator, entrepreneur? So women need stability, women need a progress and a long-term development in all the nations. So how can we plan a women's empowerment evening? Here are some recommendations. Here is, if you want to be a success, you must be selective, not exclusive. You need to host a coding bootcamp. You need to have a public speaking contest. If you can't say your problems, the silence is something worse. Everybody need to hear the voice of the woman. This is like a mini maker firm. So there are many options how to empower a woman to success. If we talk about the economic in organization, economic country development said that women are contributing a lot to the economic development, and we know that the situation, especially now for this COVID, when many people lost the job and almost the women stay at the home because they lose their job. That we cannot talk about decent growth and economic growth if the women are not employment. So from UNICEF, across 37 countries, there are the rate of women is 48%, for the men is 75%. That is not a good percent, and that is not a good number. If we want also to empower a woman, that is in the part of no poverty, social exclusion, and as I said, it is very necessary for the economic growing, for the situation, for the market. We know what it means for the market. It is market is a meeting of a supply and demand, and it is same when we said a market. It is when the woman must be equal to the man. Here I want to go little here. These are some numbers, but I want to say at the beginning, this is a research that my professor from my faculty, and one priest make free Sunday, and especially, as I said, for the woman. It is a free Sunday. Why? We called it like a socio-economic phenomena. Why? Because it is a free Sunday is for us a fundamental right for the women, and as I said, we wanted women to be at Sunday in the home with family. So not only in Croatia, we put it in the European, we are a part of European Sunday Alliance, because also in other European countries, the women are working at Sunday, and no free Sunday. And it will have a big impact, economic, psychological, and on the well-being and for the better demographic trends. What is the historical legacy? Here you see free Sunday and dignified working time in Europe. What is the way forward? And in fact, we start with this like European Sunday Alliance, and our priest from Croatia is one of the is the founders of this alliance. It is in the nature of man to be free. He is called to be a brother, equal in dignity. This is the leitmotifs of the French Revolution, and this is also our slogan. And as I said, the situation of women, we put here also a man to see to compare that statistically, to see how big is a correlation between a woman and man, and about the significant. And as I said, especially in retail stores, because people in Croatia and in Europe don't work me like a professor, have a free Sunday. Not every Saturday, but I work, like example, at Saturday I have exams. But so my position is much better than from other women, and all women who work in the public for the public government. The situation is good, but we are not in a big number. What is the methodology? The methodology is that this survey is carried by the French Institute for the Culture of Peace from Split. The Split is a town where I work, where is my university. The Croatian Sunday Alliance, and we work with Ipsos. This is a big digital marketing company, and we make Ipsos make for us a telephone interviews. And what we use from the statistics, we use a two-step stratified random sample. And here, what was the base? The base was the gender, the age, the size of resistance, regions, and education level. And the level of significance is 5%. We use that test. So how often you, if ever, go to the next places on Sundays? You see here what we took in this survey: the bakery, small grocery stores, supermarkets, shopping centers, kiosks, gas station, pharmacy. And the answers were often, never, or rarely, or net. What we see here, 47% of the urban and 52% of the rural population. And the answer, I rarely or never go shopping on Sundays, gave 48%. But 45% of them, we took people who have elementary school education, middle, high school, or college education. And if we talk about this, you see how the answers are really or never. And this is really on the basis of the main demographic categories. Here is my country. You see, we have 20 counties, and we make analyze of all counties, and where is how the situation is like. So we take it for the particular regions of Croatia, and in the regions the situation is not the same. It's not the same, and we see that maybe Zagreb is our capital city, and there is the 56% of the population is going rarely or never. Because if we talk about education, almost citizens, youth, women, almost of Croatia citizens are oriented to the capital city, because in the capital city you have many different opportunities to work, and also everything I can say is behind you, and maybe the situation is economic situation is better. But you see here these islands, I'm not for the option of the capital town. I'm for the option to living here beside the Adriatic Sea. And here to live for the woman. The women have many opportunities to work here behind the sea. Here are some machines and profit and working hours and working conditions about the woman. Which of these activities do you usually practice on Sunday, and which one did you practice last Sunday? That was a really main question for us. You see what we say, going to cinema, theater, concert. We want to see who goes to park, who goes to church. What about the sport activities? What about family lunch? You see, last Sunday, how the situation looks. This is that darkness part, and other is usually. So we took these questions to know how to go and how to improve this situation, how to get that free Sunday. We need to know what people are doing at the Sunday. And the question, how important is to you personally that you do not work within your regular business on Sundays? You see here, I do not know, I'm not sure. It is especially important for me. 52% said that it is especially important for me. How important is it to you personally that you do not work on Sundays? Oh, this is the same, but I make a little different graphic, so I will go further. And you see, that is the personal work on Sundays. And what are the frequency? What are the modalities? Let's see on figure 4. Here, attitudes about work on Sunday. We make here completely agree, I mostly agree, I mostly disagree. I do not know, I'm not sure, I do not agree to all. This helps us a lot. Because it is extremely important for the harmony and good family relationship that to be together on Sunday. That is our hypothesis. That is our starting hypothesis, and that is our aim. Now this. Do you personally support maximum limitation of work on Sundays? You see here, 46.7% fully support limitation of work on Sundays. What about the situation that family member had to work on Sundays? What it means to us if a woman don't work, a man need to work. So first we need to get a free Sunday for a woman, and then we will work on the free Sunday for a man, because you know the family is a husband and a man. And here I would mind mainly. 29% said I would mind mainly. Here are the genders. Here is the sample. What about the male? What about the female? Here we have more female, 315, ages from 30 years and more than 60 years. I said education, all levels, primary, high, elementary, and also the community. It is not the same to live in the city and to live on the village. There are different opinions and attitudes. Here are my regions, what I said when I show, and the job status. Employees, pensioners, students, unemployed, other. All these must are important for us, and they must be involved in this kind of researching. How important is to you personally not to work on Sundays? Here we got the answers. There also are persons that do not know and do not reply, but we get the main answers what we are asking. What about the regions? So North Croatia 73%, Slavonia 75%, Istria 76%, and you see that it is average is almost everywhere the same. So what is my conclusion? I start with empowering the woman, like a woman, not so. I think that also if I am a man, I will think on the same way. And for me, will still be important this non-working Sunday because we are all human beings. I know that in different countries all around the world, there are different days for non-working. But in Europe, as I said, Sunday, we want that day Sunday. And me, like a part of Croatian Sunday Alliance, will still fight for the social, economic, psychological, health, family well-being, and demographic trends for the entrepreneurs and for all other fields where the women work. It is a big conclusion. I talk a lot, so here are the references of the research. Many, many priests are involved in this because for our religion, and we all want to improve the living and working conditions for all. So what works? That is a conclusion. What radical changes? How to treat empowerment? You see, like a destination reached through developments equivalent of motorways programs rolled out everywhere. And revisiting foundational feminist work on empowerment, this article draws on findings from multi-country research program. Thank you for your attention. So here, let's learn and grow together in our other conferences.
Thank you, Nanda ma'am. You have discussed very well, and you have discussed about your state, your capitals, Croatia, and you have discussed about the entrepreneurship and empowerment, basically. And so, thank you very much.
Thank
now,
you.
Now, our next guest speaker, Shahpura Costa. She is a professor of economics, Government Mahakaushal, Arts and Commerce Lead, Auto College, Jabalpur, and she is a member of SSMWA Women's Health. So, welcome, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, madam. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon.
जी मैडम, आ रही है.
Members.
Good afternoon मैडम.
मैं आज अपनी बात रखूंगी कि भारत में जो महिला उद्यमी जो होते हैं उनको कौन कौन सी समस्याएं आती हैं, और वो भी रूरल एरिया में जो महिला उद्यमी रहती हैं उनको कौन सी समस्याएं आती हैं, और उनके समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए ताकि हम इन महिला उद्यमियों को आगे बढ़ा सके, इस विषय पे अपने वक्तव्य को रखूंगी। हमारे देश में तकरीबन 70% आबादी जो है वो ग्रामीण इलाकों में रहती है, जो कि प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से अपनी आजीविका के लिए हम देखते हैं कि वो खेती पर, कृषि कार्य पर निर्भर रहती हैं। जब कृषि कार्य करते हैं, उसके अलावा हम देखते हैं कि गैर कृषि समय में जबकि खेती का काम नहीं होता है, या कहना चाहिए कि जब ऐसा मौसम रहता है कि कृषि से संबंधित कोई उपज हमें नहीं मिल रही है, तो उस समय इन ग्रामीण महिलाओं के सामने या ग्रामीण जो जनता है उनके सामने अपनी आजीविका को चलाने के लिए और खाद्य की असुरक्षा से बचाव के लिए हम एक वैकल्पिक साधन के रूप में देखते हैं कि उनके पास क्या हुनर है, उनके पास क्या कला है, क्या हम उस कला या हुनर को एक साधन के रूप में या उद्यम के रूप में विकसित कर सकते हैं। इन्हीं विषयों को लेकर मैं अपने वक्तव्य को रखना चाहूंगी। मैं अपना वक्तव्य सबसे पहले उस महिला के शानदार हुनर से शुरू करना चाहूंगी जिसने अपनी हुनर से सफलता हासिल की है। एक ऐसी महिला है जिसने बड़े सपने देखे हैं, हजारों महिलाओं और पुरुषों को आजीविका प्रदान की है, और नाम से शायद आप सभी परिचित होंगे, का नाम आता है। जब वो प्रजा के बीच जाती थी और उनसे उनके जो परेशानियां होती थी उनको सुनती थी, तो उनके मन में एक दृढ़ निश्चय उन्होंने उस समय किया कि क्यों ना मैं अपनी रियासत में किसी को भी आजीविका से वंचित ना रखूं, ऐसा कोई प्रयास करूं। और उनकी रियासत में मैं आपको बात करना चाहूंगी कि ये बात जो है वो 1765 से 1795 के बीच की है, जब उन्होंने अपनी प्रजा, जिसमें विशेष रूप से महिलाएं भी शामिल थी, उनके रोजगार की सुनिश्चित किए। और वो रोजगार केवल मौसमी रोजगार नहीं थे, बल्कि ऐसे रोजगार थे जो कि पूरे साल भर वहां की रियासत की जो जनता है, जिसमें कि महिलाओं को विशेष रूप से, जैसा मैंने कहा, कि शामिल किया गया था, उनको साल भर उन्हें रोजगार मिल सके। देवी अहिल्या का उदाहरण हमारे सामने इसलिए मैं रखना चाह रही हूँ क्योंकि ये आज से इतने साल, 200, 250, 300 साल पहले की बात हम कर रहे हैं कि उस समय उन्हें जब पता चला कि उनके जो रियासत है उससे 100 गज की दूरी पर या 100 कोस की दूरी पर ही बुरहानपुर नाम का एक शहर है, जो कि हथकरघा बुनाई की समृद्ध परंपरा जो है उसके लिए जाना जाता था। अहिल्याबाई ने उन्हें अपने करघे के साथ में, जो कि हथकरघा बुनाई के लिए उपयोग करते हैं, उसके साथ अपनी रियासत में उन्हें बुलाया और उन्हें महेश्वर के पुरुषों और महिलाओं को बुनाई की कला सिखाई। और उसके साथ ही साथ मालवा के लोगों में भी ये कला सीखने का अवसर मिला। और एक उसमें ये बात थी कि जब ये कला सीख गए तो उन्हें देखा कि उनके हुनर में कुछ कलात्मकता होनी चाहिए, कुछ कौशल होना चाहिए। इस बात का अहिल्या जी ने बहुत मंथन किया। और जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि अहिल्या जी जो थी वो शिव भक्त रही हैं, शिव की आराधना करती थी, नर्मदा के पावन तट पर भी जाना पसंद करती थी। तो उन्होंने नर्मदा के जब पावन तट पर वो जाती थी तो वहां की लहरों को जब वो देखती थी तो उसमें जो पैटर्न उभरते थे, जो देखते थे लहरों में किस टाइप के इन्हें स्थिति आती है, तो उसको देखकर साथ ही साथ जब वो मंदिरों में या अपने घाटों में जाती थी, नदी के किनारे या महलों में जाती थी, तो वहां की नक्काशी को जब वो देखती थी तो वो विचार उनके मन में आते थे कि ये क्यों ना हम अपने कपड़ों में डिजाइन करें। और हम देखते हैं महेश्वरी कपड़ों में इस टाइप की डिजाइन जो हमारे सामने देखने को मिलती है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि महिलाओं में किसी भी हुनर की या कौशल की कमी नहीं है, बल्कि उसको हमें संवारने, निखारने और अवसर प्रदान करने का समय है। जब हम उनकी सोच को साकार रूप दे सकेंगे, यही हमारा महिला उद्यमियों के लिए सबसे विशेष काम होगा। वर्तमान समय में हम देखते हैं कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा महिलाओं को स्वयं का उद्यम लगाने के लिए, उसको नियंत्रित करने के लिए, उस उद्यम में उनका स्वामित्व निर्धारित करने के लिए पूंजी का न्यूनतम वित्तीय हित 51% निर्धारित किया गया। और कम से कम उन उद्यमियों में 51% महिलाओं का रोजगार भी होना निश्चित किया गया। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि महिला उद्यमी किसे कहेंगे, तो कोई भी महिला उद्यमी या महिलाओं का समूह जो कि कुछ आर्थिक गतिविधियों का नवाचार करता है, पहल करता है, कुछ नया लेके आता है, उसको हम महिला उद्यमियों के अंतर्गत लाते हैं। वर्तमान समय में हम देखते हैं कि आर्थिक जितनी चुनौतियां आ रही हैं, उन चुनौतियों से पार पाने के लिए किसी भी देश में अगर हम बात करते हैं तो पूरी दुनिया की अगर हम बात करें उसमें भारत को शामिल करते हुए, तो हम देखते हैं उद्यमिता की अवधारणा जो है बहुत ही बढ़ती जा रही है। महिलाएं किसी भी राष्ट्र के समग्र आर्थिक विकास में योगदान देने का बहुत बड़ा एक साधन बनी हुई है। आधुनिक युग में अधिक से अधिक महिलाएं, विशेष रूप से जो मध्यम या छोटे उद्योग होते हैं, उसमें उद्यमशीलता की जो गतिविधियां होती हैं, उनको ये महिलाएं अपना रही हैं। लगभग सभी देशों की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में हम देखते हैं कि महिलाओं के स्वामित्व वाले व्यवसाय जो हैं बहुत अधिक बढ़ रहे हैं। और भारत में अगर हम बात करते हैं तो कुल उद्यमिता का लगभग 14% महिला उद्यमियों द्वारा गठित किया गया है। यानी महिलाएं हमारे देश में अभी आगे बढ़ रही हैं, परंतु फिर भी समाज में उन्हें जितना सशक्तिकरण मिलना चाहिए उतने सशक्तिकरण की ओर अभी हमारे प्रयास नहीं हुए हैं। उनमें जो प्रतिभा है, उसका जो भंडार है वो अप्रयुक्त है, जिसका कि हम जितना भी उपयोग करें उतना कम है हमारे लिए। महिला उद्यमिता अगर हम देखें तो अर्थव्यवस्था में अगर बेरोजगारी की बात करते हैं तो उसमें महिलाएं भी बहुत हद तक अभी ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में हैं, जो कि कुछ करना चाहती हैं पर कर नहीं पा रही हैं। तो विकासशील देशों में इस प्रकार की समस्याएं हमारे देशों में देखने को मिल रही है। और अगर हम 91 के बाद की बात करते हैं तो आर्थिक उदारीकरण जब से आया, वैश्वीकरण आया है, तो उसके मद्देनजर भारत में महिला उद्यमिता को बहुत महत्व मिला है, उनका महत्व बहुत बढ़ गया है। परंतु सामाजिक और ग्रामीण परिवेश की बात जब हम करते हैं तो उस परिवेश में पढ़ी और बढ़ी जो महिलाएं हैं, उनके सामने स्वयं का उद्यम जो है वो संचालित करने या शुरू करने में कई समस्याएं देखने को आ रही हैं। और कहने का तात्पर्य है कि महिलाएं अपना व्यवसाय जो है, अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कई समस्याओं का सामना करने के लिए भी तैयार रहती हैं और सामना कर भी रही हैं। फिर भी हम देखते हैं कुछ ऐसी समस्याएं आती हैं जो कि उनके लिए थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम और बढ़ा देती हैं। जैसे कि एजुकेशन की समस्या जो है वो एक समस्या इसलिए है कि हम मानते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ परसेंटेज एजुकेशन का बड़ा है। भारत में लगभग 60% महिलाएं ऐसी हैं जो कि शिक्षित तो हैं परंतु कम शिक्षित हैं। कम शिक्षित होने का मतलब ये होता है कि उनकी सामाजिक और आर्थिक समस्याओं के बहुत सारे कारण होते हैं, क्योंकि उनके जो है वो पढ़ जरूर नहीं, अपना नाम लिख सकती हैं, अपना थोड़ा बहुत काम कर सकती हैं, परंतु जब व्यवसाय की बात आती है, जब किसी तकनीक की बात आती है, बाजार की रणनीति की बात आती है, तो उनके सामने वो जानकारी हासिल नहीं कर पाती हैं। इन्हें पढ़ी लिखी है परंतु उतना एजुकेशन नहीं है जितना कि उनको अपने उद्यम को संचालित करने के लिए, स्थापित करने के लिए होना चाहिए। और इसीलिए हम देखते हैं एक समस्या आती है कि उनके एजुकेशन की, हमें एजुकेशन के उच्च शिक्षा तक लेकर जाना है। यानी हायर एजुकेशन अगर उनको मिलती है और वो भी तकनीकी शिक्षा होनी चाहिए, कुछ कौशल निखार वाली शिक्षा होनी चाहिए। कई महिला उद्यमी ऐसी हैं जो कि सरकारी योजनाओं से अनजान होती हैं। उन्हें भारत में महिला उद्यमिता की दर जो कम हुई है उसका एक कारण ये भी है कि उनमें जागरूकता की भी कमी है। और जब जागरूक नहीं होंगी, वो करना चाहती हैं परंतु जितना करने के लिए वो सोचती हैं उसको हम कार्य रूप में परिणित नहीं कर पाती हैं। अच्छे उद्यमों की स्थापना करने में उन्हें समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। महिला उद्यमियों के सामने एक बड़ी बाधा जो आती है कि वो एक प्रकार से, जो कि अभी वर्तमान समय में बहुत हद तक कम हुई है, परंतु ग्रामीण परिवेश में अभी भी ये समस्या हमारे सामने है कि पुरुष प्रधान हमारा सामाजिक वातावरण है और उनकी सफलता में एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती होती है। पुरुष सदस्यों को लगता है कि महिलाओं के द्वारा जो चलाए जाने वाले उद्यम हैं या उपक्रम हैं उनके लिए अगर हम वित्त की व्यवस्था करते हैं तो एक बहुत बड़ा जोखिम उठाना पड़ सकता है। और इसीलिए वित्तीय संस्थाएं जो हैं महिलाओं की उद्यमिता क्षमताओं के बारे में संशय में रहती हैं। जो बैंकर हैं उनको तो ये मानना होता है कि महिलाओं को पुरुषों की तुलना में अधिक जोखिम होता है, और बैंकरों ने महिला उद्यमियों को जब वो ऋण देते भी हैं तो उनको कुछ ऐसी प्रतिभूतियों को रखा जाता है, ऐसी अनुचित प्रतिभूतियों को रखकर ऋण दिया जाता है जो कि उनके उद्यम कार्य को हतोत्साहित करते हैं। वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती है, उनके गहने या कुछ जैसे जो जिनसे उनको बहुत व्यक्तिगत लगाव होता है, मानसिक रूप से भावात्मक रूप से जुड़ी हुई होती हैं, उनको रखने की बात करते हुए उन्हें ऋण देने की बात करते हैं, जो कि स्थानीय स्तर के बैंकर होते हैं। विशेष रूप से ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो घरेलू महिलाएं होती हैं उनके सामने तो अपने परिवार को चलाते हुए उद्यम को संचालित करने की स्थिति भी होती है। उनकी पारिवारिक जो भूमिका होती है उसके निभाने के लिए जो समय होता है, पुरुषों की तुलना में उन्हें बहुत कम समय मिलता अपने उद्यम को संचालित करने के लिए। फिर भी उसने कम समय में भी वो बेहतर कर दिखाती हैं, बशर्ते हमें उनके जो व्यावसायिक दायित्व होते हैं उनको यह तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए कि उनके व्यावसायिक दायित्व क्या है। और इसके लिए जरूरी होता है कि परिवार का जो वातावरण होता है, परिवार के जो सदस्य होते हैं उनका सहयोग मिलना बहुत जरूरी होता है। विशेष रूप से जो हमारा समाज है कि जो पितृसत्तात्मक समाज है, रूढ़िवादी मानसिकता को देखते हुए महिला उद्यमियों के सामने जो अभी मेरे सामने जो समस्या मैंने देखी है, जब मैं उनसे बात करती हूँ तो उनके साथ आती है समस्या मार्केटिंग की, उनके प्रमोशन की, जो कि एक व्यवसाय में बहुत बड़ी बाधा होती है। वो चाहती है कि हम कुछ करें परंतु जितना प्रमोशन मिलना चाहिए उतना नहीं मिल पाता है। शहरी इलाकों में हम मानते हैं कि रूरल एरिया की अपेक्षा अर्बन एरिया में महिलाओं को कुछ अवसर बेहतर मिलते हैं। एक वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम जो है उसकी एक रिपोर्ट जब मैंने देखी तो उस रिपोर्ट में मैंने देखा कि ग्लोबल जेंडर गैप रिपोर्ट जो 2021 की है उसमें ये देखा गया कि आर्थिक भागीदारी के मामले में भारत में जो जेंडर अंतर है वो 3% बढ़ गया है। और ये क्यों बढ़ रहा है? क्योंकि हम अभी भी महिलाओं को उतना अधिक प्रोत्साहित नहीं कर पा रहे हैं जो कि अपना स्वयं का व्यवसाय चला रही हैं। पेशेवर और तकनीकी भूमिकाओं में अगर हम महिलाओं की हिस्सेदारी की बात करते हैं तो वो 14.6% है, जो कि बहुत कम है। देश के अगर बड़ी बड़ी फर्मों में अगर हम सीईओ के रूप में देखते हैं तो केवल 8.9% महिलाएं जो है वो सीईओ के पद पर कार्यरत है। तो इन सारी जो समस्याएं हैं इनको देखते हुए अगर हम बात करें कि भारत में महिलाओं को अपना स्वयं का व्यवसाय या उद्योग स्थापित करने के लिए सरकार के क्या प्रयास होने चाहिए, हमारे आपके क्या प्रयास होने चाहिए। तो सबसे जब से मैं 2 दिन से इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जब शामिल हुई हूं तो मैं देख रही हूँ, कल भी हमने इस बात को देखा था, स्किल इंडिया मिशन जो है, स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, मुद्रा योजना जो है, ऐसी योजनाएं भारत सरकार ने शुरू की है जिसकी बात अभी हमारे बहुत सारे वक्ताओं ने जो सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट थे उन्होंने इन विषयों पे बात की है, जिसमें कि भारतीय महिलाओं को अपना व्यवसाय शुरू करने में बहुत अधिक मदद मिली हुई है। और एक और बात मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो महिलाएं होती हैं या जो बच्चियां होती हैं उनके मन में शुरू से विचार होने चाहिए कि उनके सपने और उनका कैरियर पुरुषों के समान महत्वपूर्ण है। अगर वो इस टाइप की सोच हम उनके मन में बचपन से रखते हैं तो स्वाभाविक है, अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि किन ज्यादातर क्षेत्रों में महिलाएं आगे बढ़ रही हैं, वो उन्हीं सोच का परिणाम है। महिलाओं को शिक्षित और सशक्त बनाना, यह महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए और राष्ट्र के समग्र विकास के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता होगी। एक शिक्षित और सशक्त महिला आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए शिक्षा और सशक्तिकरण सुनिश्चित करेगी। जहां तक मेरा मानना है कि महिलाओं को समय समय पर उद्यमिता संबंधी प्रशिक्षण जो है वो दिए जाते हैं, परंतु ये प्रशिक्षण जो है वो उनकी आवश्यकता के अनुसार अंशकालिक भी होने चाहिए। यानी जब उन्हें सुविधा लग रही है तब वो प्रशिक्षण, कभी कभी होता है कि जो प्रशिक्षण की अवधि होती है उस अवधि में वो महिलाएं उपस्थित नहीं हो पाती हैं और वो अपने जो लाभ होने चाहिए उन लाभों से वंचित रहती हैं। तो अंशकालीन प्रशिक्षण की भी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। जितनी भी महिला उद्यमी हैं, अगर उनको प्रोत्साहित करके उनकी सहायता करने के लिए केवल परिवार को नहीं, हमारे आसपास का पड़ोस जो होता है, हमारे फैमिली मेंबर जो होते हैं, उनके साथ ही साथ आसपास रहने वाले जो सदस्य होते हैं, परिवार होते हैं, महिला संघ जो होते हैं, उनका समर्थन बहुत जरूरी होता है। हम सभी जानते हैं स्व सहायता समूह जो है वो एक बहुत अच्छी समर्थन प्रणाली है जो कि महिलाओं को विकास में उनके हुनर को, उनकी कला को, उनकी कौशल को निखारने का बहुत अच्छा एक जरिया है। महिला उद्यमों को ज्यादातर प्रॉब्लम आती वित्त की, तो आसान वित्त प्रदान करने के लिए जो भी विशेष प्रकोष्ठ बनाए जाए। वाणिज्यिक बैंकों में मेरा ये मानना है कि अभी भी ग्रामीण महिलाओं में थोड़ी झिझक रहती है, अपनी बात को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से नहीं कह पाती हैं, और विशेष रूप से पुरुष वर्ग से। तो अगर हम जो इस वाणिज्यिक बैंकों में या कमर्शियल बैंकों में जो महिलाओं को लोन देने वाले या ऋण देने वाले जो कार्य करने वाले व्यक्ति होते हैं, अगर उनमें हम थोड़ा महिलाओं को प्रोत्साहित करें तो वो ज्यादा अच्छे से उनसे अपनी बात कह सकती है, अपने विषय को रख सकती है और आसानी से उन्हें ऋण मिल सकता है। जैसे मैंने अभी कहा भी कि महिलाएं शिक्षित हैं परंतु कम शिक्षित है। कुछ ऐसी फॉर्मेलिटी होती है जिन्हें कि उन्हें इंग्लिश में ही भरना पड़ता है और वो उस चीज से थोड़ा सा झिझकती हैं, पुरुषों के सामने बात करने से झिझकती हैं। अगर ये सब काम थोड़ा महिलाओं का सहयोग मिलेगा तो शायद वो बहुत अच्छे से कर पाएंगे। स्थानीय स्तर पर भी उन्हें ब्याज की रियायत दरों पर वित्त अगर प्रदान किया जाएगा तो बहुत अच्छे से महिला उद्यमी आगे बढ़ सकेंगी। सहकारी समितियां जो हैं महिला उद्यमियों के उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देती हैं और भारत और विदेशों में अगर उनके सामान को बेचा जाता है और विशेषकर जो मीडिएटर होते हैं उनको अगर हम खत्म करें कि इन्हें डायरेक्ट वो अपने सामान को बेच सके तो उन्हें बेहतर मूल्य प्राप्त होगा। केंद्र और राज्य सरकारें इस ओर बहुत प्रयास कर रही हैं, परंतु वास्तव में जिस तक ये सुविधाएं पहुंचने चाहिए वहां तक सुविधाएं पहुंचने में कुछ परेशानियां आ रही हैं। महिला उद्यमों के सामने जो कि इन्हें थोड़ा सा एक देखते हैं कि थोड़ा सा बड़ा उद्यम चला रही है, उनके सामने एक समस्या आती कच्चे माल की। रॉ मटेरियल उनको समय पे उपलब्ध नहीं हो पाता है और जब उन्हें नहीं होता तो वो कार्य के प्रति हतोत्साहित होती हैं। और एक और स्थिति आती है कि उनके सामने कि उनके द्वारा जो उत्पादित माल होता है उसको प्रतिस्पर्धी बनाने के लिए उन्हें सब्सिडी दी जानी चाहिए। अगर हम ये थोड़े बहुत प्रयास करते हैं तो स्वाभाविक है हम महिलाओं को, ग्रामीण परिवेश की महिलाओं को अपने स्वयं के रोजगार के लिए प्रोत्साहित कर सकते। जब लास्ट में मैं कहना चाहूंगी, जब महिलाएं आगे बढ़ती हैं तो पूरा परिवार, गांव और राष्ट्र आगे बढ़ता है। हर तरह की बाधाओं को पार कर महिलाओं को अब व्यवसाय के हर क्षेत्र में हम देख सकते हैं। महिला उद्यमों में जोखिम को वहन करने की दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति होती है। अपनी योग्यता के अनुसार वे बेहतर पूर्वानुमान लगाती है, निर्णय करती है, नियोजन करती है, गणना का कार्य तक बहुत अच्छे से करती है। हम सब जानते हैं एक महिला जब घर के बजट को संभालती है कभी उसका बजट घाटे का नहीं होता है बल्कि हमेशा फायदे का ही बजट रहता है। उनमें एक मौलिक कल्पना शक्ति होती है। बेहतर कल्पना शक्ति के कारण प्रतिस्पर्धी बाजार में वो नए विचारों को, नए अवसरों को बेहतर तरीके से तलाश सकती हैं और सही संगठन के चयन और निर्माण में वो सक्रिय भूमिका निभा सकती हैं। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि उनके कठोर परिश्रम की प्रवृत्ति को हमें केवल संवारना है, निखारना है और उन्हें अवसर देना है। जहां तक मैं अपने इस वक्तव्य पे ये बात लास्ट में कहना चाहूंगी कि उन ग्रामीण महिलाओं के लिए हम अगर कोई छोटा उद्यम भी में अगर कुछ हेल्प कर सकते हैं तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात होगी। थैंक यू। मैडम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
धन्यवाद। आपने आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतर्गत अपने जो वक्तव्य रखे सभी के सामने, बहुत ही अति उत्तम हैं और सबके लिए लाभकारी रहेंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। आपने स्पेशली ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में ग्रामीण महिलाओं के लिए किस तरीके से उनको आगे अग्रसर होना है, ग्रामीण महिलाओं को किस तरीके से किन किन चुनौतियों का सामना करना है, उन और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में क्या उद्यम खड़ा कर सकती हैं, कौन कौन सी योजनाएं गवर्नमेंट की चल रही हैं, गवर्नमेंट की योजनाओं के अंतर्गत उनके पर्टिकुलर नाम से भी आपने सभी को जानकारी प्रदान की। मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पर हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतर्गत जो भी ग्रामीण महिलाएं जुड़ी होंगी या रूरल एरियाज और अर्बन में भी जो महिलाएं हैं, कहीं ना कहीं वो ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में काम कर रही हैं आज के डेट में, और ऐसे कई सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो हम चला रहे हैं, हम सब महिलाएं चला रही हैं, छोटे छोटे लघु प्रोजेक्ट्स जिनको कि हम लोग अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में, या जैसे कभी हमको प्रोजेक्ट गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम के तहत मिलते हैं। तो इन सभी चीजों के लिए सबसे पहले, जैसे आपने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि महिलाओं को शिक्षित होना बहुत आवश्यक है, एजुकेट होना बहुत आवश्यक है। जब तक हम अपनी एजुकेशन को नहीं बढ़ाएंगे तो हमको बहुत सारी योजनाएं या गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स या जो जिनका लाभ हमें मिल सकता है हर क्षेत्र में, उनके बारे में हम लोग अवेयर कैसे हों, ये बहुत जानकारी रखना आवश्यक है। तो एक महिला जिसका कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारे जो आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस है उससे संबंधित जो टाइटल है कि महिला का एम्पावरमेंट, महिला का एंटरप्रेन्योर, यानी उसको किस तरीके से अपना पावर को बढ़ाना है, और पावर को बढ़ाने के लिए, एम्पावर होने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं उसको शिक्षित होना आवश्यक है। और जब वो शिक्षित होगी तभी वो अपना उद्यम खड़ा कर सकती हैं, अपने उद्यम के बारे में सोच सकती हैं। उद्यम कहाँ से मिलेगा या उद्यम के बारे में कैसे हम अन्य अन्य योजनाओं से फाइनेंस कहाँ से करा सकते हैं, बैंक से कैसे हम कर सकते हैं, इन सभी चीजों के बारे में आपने यहाँ पर अपने इसमें सभी को बताया। तो मुझे लगता है कि यह हमारे बीच में आपके बहुत अच्छा लाभकारी रहे हैं, आपकी स्पीच बहुत अच्छी रही।
थैंक यू मैम।
अब धन्यवाद इसके लिए। और हमारे आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतर्गत जितने भी स्पीकर्स हैं, सभी के स्पीकर्स, चाहे शैमरा मैडम, रैना मैडम, नंदा मैडम, सभी ने अपने स्पीच में बहुत अच्छे स्पीच दी है वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में। तो मुझे लगता है कि केवल भारतवर्ष में ही नहीं, हमारे भारतवर्ष के या पूरे वर्ल्ड की भी यदि हम बात करें तो जितने भी हम सभी काम कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ये एक मैसेज जाता है कि हमको एम्पावरमेंट के साथ साथ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के अंतर्गत हमको एंटरप्रेन्योर होना आवश्यक है। और हम है भी, हम अपने आप को मानते भी हैं कि हम उस लायक हैं। आज हम जहाँ खड़े हैं हम अपने आप को बढ़ा रहे हैं, सक्षम हैं हम। ऐसे कई सारे उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में बहुत सारी गवर्नमेंट की योजनाएं हैं। उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में यदि जो महिलाएं वर्किंग वुमेन है उनको पता है, या जो एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड है, हायर एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड है, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में, कॉलेजेस में इस तरीके के प्रोग्राम्स हम लोग आयोजित करते हैं, ट्रेनिंग्स आयोजित करते हैं विलेजर्स के लिए, फार्मर्स के लिए, वुमेन्स के लिए, स्पेशली वुमेन्स के लिए स्किल डेवलपमेंट से रिलेटेड और भी कई इस तरीके की योजनाएं हैं जिनका कहीं ना कहीं हमारे, जैसे मेरा मानना है कि हम लोग जब हम शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं तो हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को और बढ़ावा देने के लिए, एक रैंक पर लाने के लिए कुछ टीम्स कुछ इस तरीके की हैं। जैसे उसका एक उदाहरण नैक है जो एक्रीडेशन का काम करती हैं, और उसमें इस तरीके के बहुत सारे कॉलम्स और जो परफॉर्मर्स बने हुए हैं, उसमें क्राइटेरियाज बनी है जिनमें हमें इन सभी चीजों को और बढ़ावा देना है, और हम लोग कर भी रहे हैं। और इसके तहत इस तरीके के प्रोग्राम्स को हम लोग आयोजित कर रहे हैं, और एक हमारा डेटा कलेक्शन भी हो रहा है उसके जरिए। तो इन सभी चीजों पर अभी कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि हम उसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं और महिलाओं तक पहुंचा रहे हैं सारी जानकारी महिलाओं तक। तो हर महिला को अवेयर होना बहुत आवश्यक है। और पहले तो ट्रेनिंग्स भी किया, जो ट्रेनिंग्स का एक कॉलम है वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे प्रमोशन में भी हम लोग ट्रेनिंग्स वगैरह अटेंड किया करते हैं और उसका भी कहीं ना कहीं हम लाभ लेते हैं। तो इस तरीके की बहुत सारी ट्रेनिंग्स आयोजित की जाती हैं वर्किंग वुमेन्स के लिए, या उसमें जो वर्किंग नहीं है वो भी उसमें अटेंड कर सकते हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं इस ट्रेनिंग का लाभ हम अपने उद्यम को स्थापित करने में उठा सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज ये जो हमारी सेकेंड डे की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित हो रही है, इसमें जितने भी स्पीकर्स ने अपने स्पीच रखा वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे लिए और सभी के लिए लाभदायक है। अब आगे की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बेला में हम लोग जैसे कि कहीं ना कहीं समापन का होता है और इसके बाद पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का कार्यक्रम शुरू होगा। पेपर प्रेजेंटेशंस होंगे डिफरेंट ऑथर्स के द्वारा। तो मैं इस सभी का धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ अपने टीम की ओर से, हमारे इस सोसाइटी की ओर से। मैं देवेंद्र जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे एज ए कोऑर्डिनेटर, स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेटर के तहत मुझे वेलकम स्पीच और कोऑर्डिनेट करने के लिए इस प्रोग्राम के लिए मुझे बुलाया। और हो सकता है कि कुछ हद तक हम इसमें सफल हुए होंगे। कल भी फर्स्ट डे में भी काफी जो हमारे ऑथर्स हैं महिलाएं थी और अच्छे पदों पर जो पदस्थ हैं उनमें से हमारे ही बीच उपस्थित, जैसे ब्लेस मैम जो हमारी इंटरनेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटर है इस वुमेन सेल की, उन्होंने भी अपना अच्छा वक्तव्य रखा। प्रोफेसर नीलिमा गुप्ता वाइस चांसलर हरि सिंह गौड़ यूनिवर्सिटी से हैं, जिन्होंने फर्स्ट डे में अपने स्पीच दिए एज ए गेस्ट। प्रोफेसर रेणु जैन मैडम जिन्होंने वाइस चांसलर देवी अहिल्याबाई यूनिवर्सिटी, इन्होंने इंदौर से, उन्होंने भी अपना स्पीच रखा। और भी इसके अलावा हमारे बीच गेस्ट स्पीकर जो फर्स्ट डे में मौजूद, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छे स्पीच अपने इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतर्गत रखी। तो हम इस सिक्स्थ इंटरनेशनल मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कॉन्फ्रेंस यानी रिसर्च कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर डेवलपमेंट पे हम लोग आज चर्चा कर रहे हैं। और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के तहत आज हमने सभी स्पीकर्स के वक्तव्य सुने, वो और काफी अच्छे सराहनीय रहे। मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं हम उनसे काफी कुछ चीजें सीखने को सभी को मिला है। आगे की इस कड़ी में मैं डॉक्टर देवेंद्र जी को बुलाना चाहूंगी कि वो इस कार्यक्रम के आगे की प्रोग्राम के बारे में बोले और आगे का जो भी उनका शेड्यूल है उसके अकॉर्डिंग इनवाइट करें।
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
ओके।
हेलो, डॉक्टर ममता पांडे मैडम है क्या? हेलो।
यस सर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
जी जी जी।
Yes, ma'am. Please start, ma'am.
जी सर।
Presentation, paper presentation.
Thank you sir. Thank you Vinisha madam. Wonderful organization. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to distinguished speakers, fellow delegates and friends. Welcome to the 6th International Multidisciplinary Research Conference on Women Entrepreneur Development, the session on paper presentation. We will be having presentation from the distinguished speakers on various topics on women entrepreneur. Women were enterprising since the beginning of civilization, but never recognized as such. Our rich culture and history shows that how women participated in every walk of life and managed home to battlefield and kingdoms in medieval India. In modern India, women has again come on forefront and taking lead role in all the fields, from literature, fine arts to hardcore business, and successfully running business enterprises. However, still the percentage is quite less. They make only 13.76% of entrepreneurs and own 20.37% of MSMEs in India. Today, we have with us nearly 50 speakers who will be presenting papers on state of women, entrepreneurs, and how further development can take place. Here we are already late, so time allotted for each presentation is only 2 minutes. Presenter must keep the timeline and should not exceed the time allotted to them. Let every speaker get an opportunity to present the paper. Now, first I invite Dr. Nadia Hassan to present paper on violence against women during COVID-19 pandemic. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Teacher Education, Manipur University, Imphal. Dr. Nadia Hassan, invite to present your paper. Please, madam. Dr. Nadia Hassan, you can take over, madam.
सर ये ज्वाइन नहीं है,
Next.
आप नेक्स्ट कर सकते हैं.
Next,
जी.
Saritha G, Assistant Professor, Chennai, deliver on topic problems of women. Saritha G. Next, Kanchan Tiwari. She is University Department of Commerce and Business Management, Ranchi University. She is research scholar and delivering lecture on women entrepreneur development.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm just
Please,
sharing
you
my
can take over.
screen. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanchan Tiwari, and I'm going to give a presentation on the women entrepreneurship development. Let's get started with our first slide, which discusses the origin, meaning, and definition of entrepreneurship. The term entrepreneurship was first used in the French dictionary in 1723. A person who assumes and bears all types of risk involved in an enterprise, who organizes the various inputs or factors of production, and who innovates new ideas, concepts, strategies in the business from time to time. On the second slide, we're going to talk about what do you mean by a women entrepreneurship. When we talk about women entrepreneurship, we are talking about a type of business ownership and a creation that empowers women economically and improves their social standing. On a third slide, we discuss the status of women in Indian society, the goddess, the mother, the wife, the sister. Modern women affix their father's and husband name. The status of women, not even in India, but in the whole world, was subordinate of the men. In the period of Mahabharata and the Purana, the concept was different. Sita was regarded as one of the 5 ideal women in India. The other 4 being Ahilya, Draupadi, Tara, Mandodari, which reflects the women used to guide men in the religious and social question. It was expected of a good women to cooperate with their husband in religious pursuit, but now the concept has changed. Large number of women's entrepreneurs has changed the demographic characteristics of the business and economic growths in the country. Women development has been a policy goal of the government since its inception. Women's economic contribution through the self-employment and industrial ventures have received increased attention from government and non-government organizations. Many qualified women have given up their careers and freedoms in order to raise a healthy family. However, as a result of increased education and social awareness over the previous 3 decades, more women are expressing interest in beginning their own business. As a result, there are being a significant increase in the number of female entrepreneurship. At last, I would conclude by saying that Empowering women doesn't mean to provide financial assistance for survive her daily life and fulfillment of her daily survival. First of all, women should be treated as equal to men. The empowerment of women is one of the central issues in the process of development by the countries all over the world. But the NGOs, both government and NGO sectors, were intervening to the empower the women. The National Empowerment Policy 2001 also emphasized that women economic empowerment may be visualized only with the women empowerment. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Kanchan Madam. Now, may I invite Venkatesh P., Physical Education Director from Karnataka, and delivering lecture on a comparative study of glycogen and protein content among athletes and non-athletes. Venkatesh P. Now, I invite Aman Anurag, Assistant Professor of
Yes, ma'am.
Commerce, Department of Commerce. Yeah, Aman Anurag.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm just presenting my screen.
Okay. Delivering on rural women entrepreneurs.
Just a second. Yes.
Please proceed.
Is my screen visible to everyone? Yes.
Okay.
So basically, whenever we
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aman. Whenever we tend to talk about women entrepreneurs, our image comes to our mind, which is basically an urban woman who is formally dressed, and she is highly educated, well connected, and has access to the financial resources all over again. But we tend to lose our focus on the very large chunk, which is the rural women entrepreneurs. So in this particular presentation, I want to talk about the rural women entrepreneurs who face the same kind of issues and problems which are faced by the urban women entrepreneurs, but at a very large scale. So let's talk about an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur, as we know, is a person who sets up a business or multiple businesses and takes over the financial risk in the hope of profit. Now, women's condition in India is very known to everyone. Women in India is almost the half of the population, but their economic contribution is comparatively very low to that of men. Now, as far as women entrepreneurs in India is concerned, in the past year, 2021, India got 42 unicorns. To all those who don't know what a unicorn is a business or a startup which has a valuation of $1 billion. So out of 42 unicorns that we have got in India in 2021, only 10 were founded or led by women entrepreneurs, which is comparatively less than European countries. Women entrepreneurs in India faces issues like education, connection, which is networking, and basically the patriarchal mindset. Now let's talk about the rural India. Rural India is about 2/3 of the total population. They lack the basic infrastructure. Women are mostly engaged in household work and they have negligible economic contribution. Now, rural development has been in our priority list since we got our independence, as it was included in the directives, principles of state policy, and it got some more focus when this concept of self-help group was introduced at a micro level, entrepreneurship level. Now, whenever rural women entrepreneurs will enter into this field, they will impact the society and the country in multiple ways, in multiple areas. For example, social impact. Whenever a woman will start working, she will impact her society by becoming a role model for the girl child or for her peers and all. The political impact is very simple. The government and the political parties are going to listen to only those focus groups and only those groups who are economically viable and they have a concrete decision to take and a concrete demand that needs to be fulfilled by that political party. So there would be a political impact as well. Economic impact, as we all know, whenever the women will get more and more money, they will have their own choices of products. They can choose, they can increase their level of
Your time is over.
income,
Please
and
conclude.
their living standard they can also increase. Okay, ma'am, just a second. So basically the conclusion is, as we are an emerging economy that we aspire to hit the target of $5 trillion, we cannot lose any opportunity to contributing to it. So women entrepreneurs are facing the same issues as urban women entrepreneurs, but on a high intensity level. There should be an introduction of tailor-made financial products, and a specific training program shall be designed to cater the needs of women entrepreneurs. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kanchan. Nice presentation. Now I invite X Priya Mona Christina, S Amutha, Dr. A Ashok from Tamil Nadu, and presenting on problems and prospects of women entrepreneurs in India. Next, Srimati Archana Pandurang.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm online, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. And
Ma'am,
she
can
is
you hear me, ma'am? Excuse me, ma'am. This is Priya Mona, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. This is Priya Mona, ma'am. I'm here to present.
Okay. Priya Mona. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Continue.
My topic is on inclusive education in India, challenges and opportunities. Inclusive education is defined as a learning environment that promotes the full personal, academic, and professional development of all learners, irrespective of race, class, color, gender, disability, sexual preference, learning styles, and language. The need and importance of inclusive education is to fulfill the constitutional responsibilities to enable children to stay with their families, for the development of healthy citizenship, for achieving the universalization self-reliant. Barriers in inclusive education, negative approach, lack of physical facilities, lack of funds, lack of trained teachers, social discrimination, emotional problems, educational problems, and attitudinal problems. Supportive services, that is very important, guidance and counseling, physician, therapists, psychologists, supportive services by parents, teachers, special teachers, and community. I would like to conclude. Inclusive education responding to social needs will thus have positive returns for all pupils. All children and young people of the world, with their individual strengths and weakness, with their hopes and expectations, have the right to education. It is not our education systems that have a right to a certain type of children. Therefore, it is the school system of a country that must be adjusted to meet the needs of all its children. Thank you. Hello? Ma'am, I've concluded it, ma'am. हेलो
ममता मैडम, आपका साउंड ऑफ है.
ठीक है. Am I audible? Sunai de raha hai? Now
Yes,
I
ma'am.
invite
Yes, ma'am.
Archana Pendurang Kshirsagar, presenting on gender discrimination and work-life balance of women. She is Assistant Professor, Mahila College of Education, Kolhapur. Are you here, madam? Next, I invite Pampana Gowda, Physical Education Director from Karnataka, presenting on empowering girls and women through sport and physical activity. Pampana Gowda. Next, I invite Ms. Lakshmi Thakur, Dr. Usha Vaidya from Lakshmi Thakur from Saptasai College for Women, Bhopal, Dr. Usha Vaidya from Rabindranath Tagore University, and delivering topic is Beti Bachao Beti Padhao campaign. Ms. Lakshmi Thakur, Dr. Usha Vaidya. Now, may I invite Srimati Karuna Gaikwad, Sahayak Pradhyapak, शासकीय अग्रसेन महाविद्यालय बिल्हा बिलासपुर, शिक्षा और नारी पे प्रेजेंटेशन देना है.
जी जी मैम।
श्रीमती करुणा गायकवाड़।
जी
करुणा
मैम
गायकवाड़।
नमस्ते। जी मैम।
ओके,
जी मैम नमस्ते। मेरा टॉपिक
थैंक
है
यू मैडम।
शिक्षा और नारी। जी मैम।
ओके, प्लीज प्रोसीड।
जी जी। स्वतंत्रता के पश्चात भारत में नारी शिक्षा के लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। नारी शिक्षित होकर आत्मनिर्भर होकर पुरुषों के साथ देश के विविध क्षेत्रों में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर कार्य कर रही है। लेकिन जितने प्रयास किए गए हैं नारी शिक्षा के लिए अभी भी वो सार्थक नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि नारी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में अनेक बाधाएं हैं। जब तक नारी शिक्षित नहीं होगी वो पुरुषों के साथ पूर्ण रूप से आर्थिक गतिविधियों में सहभागिता नहीं निभा पाएगी। तो सामाजिक संकीर्ण सोच, कम उम्र में विवाह, दहेज प्रथा, लिंग भेद की मानसिकता, गरीबी, पर्याप्त शिक्षा सुविधाओं का अभाव और महिलाओं के प्रति जो आपराधिक प्रवृत्ति बढ़ रही है, ये सब नारी शिक्षा के लिए प्रमुख बाधाएं हैं। सरकार द्वारा निरंतर नारी शिक्षा को बढ़ावा देने के लिए अनेक योजनाएं, बालिका समृद्धि योजना, साक्षर भारत मिशन, कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका महाविद्यालय, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना, बेटी पढ़ाओ बेटी बचाओ और सीबीएसई स्कॉलरशिप योजना आदि का क्रियान्वयन किया जा रहा है। हर गांव में स्कूल शिक्षा का प्रबंध करना आज सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। लेकिन अभी भी सरकार द्वारा किए गए प्रयास सार्थक नहीं हो पा रहे। खास तौर पर हम कह सकते हैं कि ग्रामीण इलाकों में महिलाओं की जो सहभागिता है शिक्षा में वो अभी भी बहुत कम है। नारी जिस तेजी के साथ शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उन्नति कर रही है, इसके पूर्व इसकी कल्पना भी नहीं की जा सकती थी। स्वतंत्रता के पूर्व जबकि ना तो शिक्षा की समुचित सुविधाएं थी और ना ही माता पिता चाहते थे उस समय की बेटियां ज्यादा पढ़ें। लेकिन अब इस स्थिति इसके विपरीत हो चुकी है। आज स्त्रियों के जीवन में प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में अपनी बौद्धिक क्षमता से पुरुषों के बराबर सफलता के परचम लहराए हैं। और लास्ट में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि शिक्षित नारी बच्चों का उचित पोषण, मार्गदर्शन, सामाजिक परिवर्तन की मशाल को लेकर आगे बढ़ती है। शिक्षित नारी देश के विकास में प्रत्येक भूमिका को अच्छी तरह समझती है और अपने कर्तव्यों का सफल निर्वहन करती है। महिलाओं के विकास की अखिल धारा में जोड़ने हेतु शिक्षा के समुचित अवसर उपलब्ध कराया जाए, जिससे वो अपने अधिकारों और दायित्वों के प्रति सजग रहते हुए अपनी सोच में परिवर्तन ला सके। आखिर में कंक्लूड करते हुए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी, आंसू से भीगे आंचल पर मन का सब कुछ रखना होगा। तुमको अपनी स्मित रेखा से यह संधि पत्र लिखना होगा और महिलाओं को निरंतर अपनी सफलता के परचम लहराते ही रहने होंगे। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मैडम। यहाँ पे सभी स्पीकर्स को 2 मिनट का टाइम दिया गया है। फॉर ईच प्रेजेंटेशन इज ओनली 2 मिनट्स। नेक्स्ट स्पीकर मिस्टर सी डेविड अमला प्रभाकर from he is assistant professor in computer science from Tamil Nadu.
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Just
women at 21st century. Okay. जी सर।
I'm seriously. On screen?
Please continue. Yes.
Are you audible? Title: The Woman in the 21st Century. Introduction. Although there is various.
Please sir.
Yes, although there is various women for rural areas who have excelled and gained success, but still a lot of them find themselves restricted to household work. These women are waiting for opportunities which can help them succeed in life. In this scenario, it is imperative that the concerned authorities provide women with opportunities which would help them support their families. Women's rights in the 21st century. Women's in the 21st century are thought to have freedom to vote, freedom to choice, freedom of religion, freedom from fear, freedom from torture, freedom from enslavement, freedom from violence and abuse. Women have the ideal leadership this new world of work. Scenario of working woman, gender biases, personal and balancing personal and balancing personal and professional life, mental and physical harassment, negligible personal space. Issues. Poor security is another issue for working women at workplace. Women working in corporate sectors and other private organizations mostly face the various crimes at their workplace because of lack of security provided to them. Unequal pay is another issue for working women. It has been observed that women are paid low salaries as compared to male employees. Although women prove themselves more efficient than male employees, most of the time they are not paid equally. This creates depression and demonization in them, which also affects her personal life. Psychological aspects of the problem. It has been observed from the analysis. Okay. Conclusion. The recent years has been a gradual change in the situation of women. In all essential fields of endeavor, women have seen a slow and steady rise. Women today have to step outside their comfort zones to create their own identities outside the home and not just cook and take care of their households. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Devisha. Now, I invite Dr. Riza, Assistant Professor, Dayanand Mahavidyalaya, Kurukshetra. Topic, Vedic marriage.
Yes, and thank you, ma'am. I am audible.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. बहुत अधिक समय नहीं लेते हुए मैं जस्ट कंक्लूज करके ही अपने विषय को यहाँ पे बताना चाहूंगी। जैसा कि मेरा विषय है उसके अनुसार वेदों जो हमारा वैदिक साहित्य है उसमें अनेक स्थानों पर अनेक ऋषिकाओं के नाम हमें मिलते हैं, जिसमें रोमशाह, लोपमुद्राः, विश्ववारा, शाश्वती, अपालाः, यमी, घोषा, सूर्य इत्यादि अनेक ऋषिकाएं रही हैं जिन्होंने ख्याति प्राप्त की है। रोमशाह जो हमारी ऋषिका थी उन्होंने बुद्धि वृद्धि के ऐसे उपायों का प्रचार प्रसार किया जिससे नारी शक्ति में बुद्धि का विकास हो। लोपमुद्रा ने ऋग्वेद के मंत्रों में तपस्या में लीन अपने पति अगस्त्य ऋषि को उनके कर्तव्यों का ध्यान कराया और इन ऋचाओं के माध्यम से यही उपदेश दिया कि मनुष्य को एहलौकिक और परलौकिक दोनों धर्मों का पालन करना चाहिए। इसी प्रकार से अपाला एक ऋषिका रही हैं जिन्होंने आयुर्वेद पर अनुसंधान किया और अनेक चिकित्सीय उपायों में सहायता प्रदान की। इसी प्रकार से एक ऋषिका घोषा रही हैं वैदिक काल में जिन्होंने सबसे अधिक ऋचाएं लिखी। ऋग्वेद के दशम मंडल के सूक्त 39 और 40 में इन्होंने 14 ऋचाओं का वर्णन किया जो कि इनके द्वारा कृत मानी जाती हैं। एक और ऋषिका का मैं उदाहरण देना चाहूंगी, गार्गी, जिन्होंने कि अपने शास्त्रार्थ के बल पर अपना लोहा मनवाया, जिन्होंने उस समय के वैदिक काल के महान ऋषि याज्ञवल्क्य से समानता के स्तर पर शास्त्रार्थ किया। मनुष्य के अस्तित्व, सृष्टि की उत्पत्ति आदि अनेक ऐसे जो आश्चर्यजनक प्रश्न उन्होंने उनसे पूछे और तब तक वो प्रश्न पूछती रही जब तक कि ऋषि याज्ञवल्क्य ने उनको रोक नहीं दिया। इन्हीं ऋषिका ने एक अन्य सभा में याज्ञवल्क्य जी से प्रश्न पूछने की फिर से अनुमति मांगी और इनके द्वारा पूछे गए 2 ही प्रश्नों पर ही ऋषि जो याज्ञवल्क्य थे, उन्होंने विनम्रता पूर्वक अपनी हार स्वीकार की। इस प्रकार से विदुषी गार्गी के द्वारा शास्त्रार्थ में अपने युग के महान विद्वान महर्षि याज्ञवल्क्य को भी पराजित कर दिया गया था। इसी प्रकार से मैत्रेयी भी, जिन्होंने ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त किया था, एक प्रसिद्ध ऋषिका हुई है। अधिक समय ना लेते हुए मैं यही कंक्लूड करना चाहूंगी कि वैदिक काल की जो शिक्षित विदुषियां थी, ये जो शिक्षित ऋषिकाएं थी, इन्होंने अपने बुद्धि के बल पर न केवल शास्त्रार्थ में भाग लिया, अपितु याज्ञवल्क्य जैसे जो महान ऋषियों को भी पराजित किया। वैदिक काल की नारियों की विद्वत्ता और शास्त्र ज्ञान के सामर्थ्य का लोहा प्रसिद्ध ऋषियों ने भी विनम्रता पूर्वक स्वीकार किया। और यही कहना चाहूंगी कि आज की नारी के समान ही वैदिक काल में भी इन स्त्रियों ने अपनी पारिवारिक जिम्मेवारियों के साथ ही अपने जीवन की अनेक समस्याओं के साथ ही अनेक समस्याओं का सामना करते हुए भी अपनी प्रसिद्धि को बनाए रखा, जिनको कि थैंक यू मैम, इनके नाम आज हम उदाहरण के रूप में प्रस्तुत करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच मैम। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Srijana madam. I invite Jaya, research scholar, assistant professor from Tamil Nadu, and Dr. K.M. Subramaniam, assistant professor, Department of History from Tamil Nadu, delivering topic problems and solutions of working women.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, please continue, Jia.
Problems and solutions of working women. Women is the women are the most important constituent of human society. Generally, at this present era, most of the women are as workers in all the sectors, like piloting the flight, working in all the departments. It is necessary today, women are the at the bottom of the society. Women employment is the equivalent of economic order of manpower resources. They participation in society of their employment is the significant indicator of recent overall progress, but there are many reasons and the problems of women face in India to work. Women is the company of man-centered, digital, problems faced by at workplace, lack of in the workplace, lack of steps that management can take to solve the issues of working women, completing a given framework to recognize the problems of working women, different communities, ensure the women workers, such as to reduce the problems of working women, communication. The mass media may
Your time is over. Jaya, your time is over. Please continue. Madam, some issue for network. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I invite May I invite M. Jyoti and Dr. P. Dhanalakshmi, lecturer in commerce from Andhra Pradesh and delivering topic on women entrepreneur development. M. Jyoti and Dr. P. Dhana. Now, may I invite Mrs. Manasa and Murthy and Miss Shweta B. and delivering topic on women empowerment from Mysore University, Mysore. Guest faculty, Mrs. Manasa and Murthy, guest faculty, Department of Social Work from Mysore, and Ms. Shweta B, assistant professor from University of Mysore. Mrs. Manasa and Murthy.
Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon,
Yes.
and all. I am Manasa Murthy, as well as with my colleague Ms. Shweta B, co-author. So I am working as a guest faculty, and my colleague is working as assistant professor in Department of Commerce, the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Postgraduate Center, Suvarna Gangotri, University of Mysore, Nagar. So our topic is women empowerment. And coming to the introduction part, women empowerment is the process in which women elaborate, recreate what is that they can be, do, or accomplish in a circumstances where they are previously denied. Empowerment can be defined in various ways. However, when talking about the woman empowerment, it means accepting and allowing people or women who are on the outside of the decision-making process into it. This strong emphasis on participation in political structure, formal decision-making, and economic sphere on the ability to obtain income that enables participation in economic decision making. Empowerment is not the central concept in developmental agenda. A wide agreement that women must be empowered to play a vital part in national development. So, and next coming to the research methodology, statement of the problem. Social needs to understand through the growth and development of women through implementing various government schemes for and negative aspects of women empowerment. Its responsibility in the form of education, social support, family, and so on, making it successful and reaching the people who are in need. And coming to the importance of the study, this study women empowerment in rural area and also with the following aspects. So it helps to understand the role and responsibility of women empowerment in rural area. We need to analyze the importance of the women empowerment in implementing the government scheme. And next coming to the aim of this study. So the aim of the study is to understand the role of in rural area with special reference to Nanjangud Taluk, Mysore district. Coming to the objectives of the study, to know about the government schemes provided for the women empowerment, to understand and analyze the of women empowerment, impact on rural economic development of the circumstances of consideration,
Your time is over.
and
Please
responsibility of
conclude.
the women empowerment. Hello, ma'am.
Please
And
conclude.
coming to the research design part, so okay. Finally, to conclude, the role of women in traditional Indian society still remains as religious beliefs and customary practices. So, women empowerment is particularly women's active role in decision making in their personal or family life and also professional concern around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Manasa Menu. Now I invite Ms. Kavita Narendra Hidau, Assistant Professor, Government Law College, Mumbai, and delivering topic on an analysis of legal status of divorced women in Indian society.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Kavita Narendra Hidau.
Yes,
Okay.
madam. I am sharing my screen. Just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Hello. Is it visible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Namaskar. Namaste, one and all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Due to time restraint, I just discuss what I have written main points in my paper. I have discussed that the today institution of the marriage, the nature of the marriage has changed. Today, divorce is allowed by each and every religion, but the position of the divorced woman in society is not positive and respectable. But as compared to the legal, if we compare legal status, then the legal status is much more positive, and due to that, divorced woman is entitled for the some rights which law has conferred on her. So in my paper, I have discussed the rights of the maintenance, right to adoption, right to custodial of her own children, right to inheritance, and right to remarriage of the woman. And in ascertaining of that right, in realization of rights, what common problem women face that I have discussed. So right to maintenance is the right which is available to every woman, which is one of the obligation of the husband to maintain wife even after divorce. So today's legal system continue this obligation of husband even after divorce. So under Hindu Marriage Act, Section 24-25 speaks about pendency light maintenance, that is during the pendency of the fostering maintenance can be claimed by the wife, and the permanent maintenance, that is after divorce, maintenance can be granted to the wife. Maintenance can also be claimed by the wife under Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act, but here Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act, the question arises whether under this act a divorced wife can claim the maintenance or not. Here there are different judicial opinion in this regard. Gujarat High Court states that wife includes divorced wife also, and hence she can claim maintenance. But Bombay High Court denied this interpretation of Gujarat High Court. Under Section 125 of CRPC, which is a secular law, maintenance can be claimed. This under this act, there is no ceiling for the quantum of maintenance after Amendment Act of 2001. Section 125 was applicable to Muslim women also under by Shahpura case by the Supreme Court, but the wider effect of this judgment was taken away by Muslim Women's Protection of Rights on Divorce Act 1986. Then next side is a right to adopt child. Yes, a divorced woman can adopt a child. Christian, Parsi, Muslim, they do not have their personal law in this regard, but they can adopt a child under Guardian and Wars Act by approaching to the court and under Juvenile Justice Act 2020. Custodial right is also vested in the hand of the divorced woman. If a child is below age of 5, then under Hindu Marriage Act, the ordinary custody should be remain with the mother. Under Muslim law, if a boy is there and the age of boy is below 7 years, then custody remain with woman. Okay. Right to remarriage is also there, which is recognized that one. Then common problem faced by women is that women for right to claim the maintenance, it is necessary that women must be aware regarding the income of the husband, but it is doubtful that how many women actually see income certificate or income document of their husband. So they face problem in this regard. Even though right to adopt a child is there, but if women depend on the maintenance, then it is very difficult to grant her permission for divorce. So for realization of the right, I think that there must be awareness regarding their rights among the women, and not only rights but enforcement agencies. They must be aware regarding enforcement agencies. Awareness in society also may mitigate their problem, and program for gender equality can gender equality may also mitigate their problem. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kavita Naren Hidao, madam. Now I invite Kavita Kumari, PhD शोधार्थी, राजनीति विज्ञान विभाग, विनोबा भावे विश्वविद्यालय, झारखंड। पंचायती राज में महिलाओं की भूमिका में प्रेजेंटेशन है। कविता कुमारी। May I invite Mrs. V. Sandhya, research scholar from Coimbatore, and Dr. K.M. Subramaniam, assistant professor, Department of History, Annamalai, and delivering topic on women's empowerment in Tamil Nadu. Mrs. V. Sandhya.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. K. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Please continue, madam.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. The empowerment of my topic is women empowerment in Tamil Nadu. The empowerment of women is one of the fundamental issues in the process of development of country. Tamil Nadu has recognized the importance of women empowerment over the past few centuries. Some supporters consider women empowerment as an increased involvement, which is one of the factors facilitating empowerment. in this article is based on women empowerment programs and implementations and the detailed strategies of women empowerment in some specific challenges by the woman according to the effective utilization of the women empowerment program by the Tamil Nadu as one of the state of government in India. Education of the woman education is most powerful tool that changing the position in society. Education also brings about reductions. Okay. Next, in the scheme of given free Periyar EVR Nagamai scheme, this scheme given free education scheme has been implemented in the state from 1989 to 1990. Female students in respective of caste community to support the education and reduce the dropouts. Free training for women students. The government gives confidence and facilitates to the women students who appear the UBC examinations. Tamil Nadu government has established 2 free coaching centers. One is Chennai and the other one is Madurai. In both centers, more than 60 girls students given free training. Entrepreneurship awareness program EAB. In order to empower women, Science City has been organizing EDB, the program to promote the talent of women and to make the self of their own. Next, the Tamil Nadu Corporation for Development of Women, the Tamil Nadu Corporation for Progress of Women was recognized in 1983, which aims the socio-economic status of women development. The corporation is implementing the women plan among economically poor and rural women to promote saving habits, self-help groups, improve safe practice among women, increase the total family revenue, fulfill the economic needs through self-employment women.
Please conclude. Please conclude, madam.
Yes.
Your time is over. Please conclude. Your time is over. Please conclude. Sandhya, madam. Thank you, madam. Now I invite Sakshi Mehta, Research Scholar, Department of Psychology, Kurukshetra, delivering topic on women as emerging virtues at workplace. Sakshi Mehta.
Ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Greetings,
Please.
everyone. The topic that I propose to present today is women as emerging virtues at workplace, an analysis of economic empowerment of women and its impact on society. So in this paper, we provide examples of women across 3 fields, that is formal organization, Panchayati Raj institutions and self-help groups. And we propose to show how this has changed the meaning of leadership overall. And through these examples, we also challenge the patriarchal idea that leadership are masculine in nature. And we also propose that women have for sure time and again shown that the characteristics that women pursue, be it being high on nurturance, be it being high on emotional intelligence, is very, very virtuous for the organization also, the society also, and the nation in general. For example, of being high on emotional intelligence means that one is able to balance oneself, one's own emotions, and somebody else's emotions. So that is a very, very important characteristic to have at the position of leadership, right? And this has been shown time and again. For example, by Indra Nui. Indra Nui is one of the former presidents and CEO of the biggest food and beverage company, which is PepsiCo. And she has changed the face of what effective leadership is and how women can be effective leaders. Likewise, from Panchayati Raj institution, we have taken the example of Chavi Rajawat from village Soda. And she has single-handedly changed the face of the village by introducing rainwater harvesting systems, induction of toilet facilities, then paved roads, solar powers. Likewise, self-help groups. So we have given the example of Seva, which is Self-Employed Women's Association by Ela Bhatt. So across
Please
three,
conclude. Please conclude it.
yeah, so we are trying to propose that leadership traits are learning dependent, growth dependent, and not gender dependent. So we must get away from that idea. And likewise, if we have more and more women at the work, at the leadership positions, that will have better laws for the women in general, more cohesive environment that will induce decision making, that will induce confidence, self esteem for everyone. And for the nation, we can as well achieve the 5 trillion economy dream that we have, and sustainable development, gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi Madam. Now I invite Pooja Yadav, Research Scholar, Department of Psychology, Kurukshetra University. Topic: Women as Emerging Virtues at Workplace. Pooja Yadav.
Ma'am, this is the same topic that I have presented. I think it has been misprinted twice.
Okay. Now, may I invite Pragati Yadav, PhD and GRF Scholar, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Udaipur, delivering topic on women's role in managing environment. Pragati Yadav. Now, I invite Dr. Rita H. Parekh, Arts College, Patar, delivering topic on Sanskrit Sahityakar Mahilaएं. Now, I invite Dr. Sheetal A. Agrawal, Assistant Professor from Gujarat, and deliver topic on the study on issues and challenges of women empowerment in India. Now, I invite Dr. Nisha Dubey, Assistant Professor, Sultanpur. Topic: Women Entrepreneur Development. Now, I invite Vijay Kumar Shukla, Assistant Professor, Samajshastra, गन्ना उत्पादक स्नातकोत्तर महाविद्यालय बरेली. टॉपिक इज महिला सशक्तिकरण हेतु कार्यरत आशा बहुओं के प्रति सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण. विजय कुमार शुक्ल.
हाँ, नमस्कार मैम. गुड आफ्टरनून मैम.
प्लीज यू कैन टेक ओवर.
हाँ मैम, ये हमारा रिसर्च पेपर है, वो हमने रिसर्च पेपर भेज भी दिया है. हम टाइम कम होने के कारण से कंक्लूड ही कर रहा हूँ. महिला सशक्तिकरण हेतु कार्यरत आशा बहुओं के प्रति सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण. महिला सशक्तिकरण से तात्पर्य महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, समानता प्रदान करना है, जिससे महिलाएं स्वयं की क्षमता पर विश्वास करके सामाजिक, राजनीतिक, शैक्षणिक, विधिक, भावनात्मक तथा शारीरिक मामलों में निर्णय ले सकें. सन 2005 के पहले महिलाओं को गाँव में बहुत समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता था. गर्भवती होने के बाद उन्हें कौन सा टीका लगना है, कब लगना है, इसकी जानकारी उनको नहीं थी. तो जो किसी प्रकार की हिंसा की शिकार होती थी तो उसके खिलाफ आवाज उठाने वाला कोई नहीं था. कितने संतान पैदा किए जाए, संतान न होने के लिए क्या साधन अपनाया जाए, ये बताने वाला कोई नहीं था. प्रसव अधिकांशतः गाँव में ही होता था, जिससे बहुत सी महिलाएं प्रसव पीड़ा से काल हो जाती थी. बहुत से नवजात भी चिलकारियां लेने से पहले ही काल के मुंह में समा जाते थे. रोगग्रस्त होने पर अधिकांशतः महिलाएं पुजारी, मौलवी और पादरियों से झाड़ फूक करवाने का कार्य करती थी. एक तरह से महिलाओं की निराशा थी. इन्हीं समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए तथा गांव में महिलाओं के जीवन में आशा का संचार करने के लिए 2005 में स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय द्वारा राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण स्वास्थ्य मिशन की जंगली सुरक्षा योजना के अंतर्गत आशा, जिसको मान्यता प्राप्त सामाजिक स्वास्थ्य कार्यकर्त्री कहा जाता है, की नियुक्ति की गई. आशा द्वारा जिससे जहाँ सन 2000 में जहाँ 1000 थी, वही 2021 में 1000 पर घटकर 18.781 होगी. दूसरी तरफ मातृ मृत्यु दर 1 लाख पर सन 2070 थी, वहीं 2017 में घटकर 45 हो गई. इसके अलावा आशा की सहायता से सरकारी अस्पतालों में होता है. गर्भधारण करने के बाद आशा प्रत्येक महीने गर्भवती महिलाओं का चेकअप कराने के बाद मिल जाती है. प्रसव के बाद नवजात शिशुओं को टीका लगवाती है. भारत में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी किशोर आबादी है, जो कि लगभग 253 मिलियन के करीब है, और यहाँ हर पांचवा व्यक्ति 10 से 19 साल की उम्र के बीच कहा। यह सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और आर्थिक रूप से भारत के लिए बहुत फायदे की बात है। अगर यहाँ बड़ी संख्या में मौजूद किशोर प्रतिष्ठित है और सभी सूचना एवं जीवन कौशल में होकर देश के विकास में सहयोग करें। किशोर उन्हें प्रभावित करने वाले मुद्दों की जानकारी का अभाव है, खासकर किशोरियों को व्यवहारिक सामाजिक मानदंडों के कारण काफी संवेदनशील है।
Your time is over, sir. Please
ठीक है। हाँ, तो मैम आशा बहू वास्तव में गाँव में स्वास्थ्य शिक्षिका बनकर लोगों को जागरूक कर रही है, उनको शिक्षित करने का काम कर रही है, उनको जागरूक करने का काम कर रही है। और आशा बहुओं के कारण ही दहेज प्रथा में भी कमी आई है, बाल विवाह तो बिल्कुल समाप्ति के कगार है। इस प्रकार लेकिन सरकार द्वारा आशा बहुओं के ऊपर कोई प्रयास नहीं किया जा रहा है। वो महिलाओं को तो सशक्त कर रही है, लेकिन स्वयं सशक्त नहीं हो पा रही है। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Deepak Kumar Ghosh to present paper on role of women in reducing effect of fire on the environment. He is research scholar from Rajasthan. Deepak K. Ghosh, are you here? Deepak Ghosh. Now I invite Shashta Afzal, Dr. Kavita Agrawal, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Political Science Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and delivering topic on role of women in Panchayat Raj system. Good afternoon. Please take over.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. I am Shashta Afzal from Jivaji University, Gwalior. So my topic is about role of women in Panchayat Raj institutions. So according to Swami Vivekananda ji, a nation would not march forward if the women are left behind. We all know that women are wonderful creations of God. They have played an equal role in human progress as men. They make up roughly half of India's population. They are an important aspect of social structure, not only because of their relevance in the survival of the human species, but also because of their significant contribution to socio-economic development. Women can lead too, not only just to vote. However, our male-dominated society limits the role they can play, but on the other hand, it is said that country's progress or a society's rebuilding is impossible without the participation of women. Women are considered as the kingpin of our society. It is widely acknowledged that women's contribution to society is vital. So in rural India, a silent revolution is taking place as people became more aware of their rights. After 1.5 decades, Panchayat Raj system was introduced at the local level, which has given women a 33% reservation in the panchayats and has promoted them to contribute in the village development and planning. This Amendment Act has came into effect on 24th April 1993 and opened the way for women to exercise their rights to be involved in village governance. So it has been a watershed movement from independence in the decentralization process. So this act mandates that women should be given at least 1/3 of all seats, including the seats reserved for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. In addition, at least 1/3 of the total number of chairperson positions in panchayat at each level must be designated for women. So at each stage, the panchayat would be rotated. So, according to Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, once eminently mentioned, "For me, a better democracy is a democracy where women do not only have right to vote and to elect, but to be elected."
Please conclude. Time is over.
Statement aptly highlights the importance of women's participation in the electoral process, which is an indicator of maturity and efficacy of democracy in the nation. To conclude, I can say women in Panchayat are the foundation of democracy and the means of rebuilding India from the ground up. With the establishment of PRI in our country, a woman gets an opportunity to prove her worth as a good administrator, a good decision maker, and a good leader. So, according to Rabindranath Tagore, woman is the builder of nation's destiny. Though delicate and soft as lily, she has a heart far stronger and bolder than of men. She is the supreme inspiration of woman onward march. So, I have to say, let us enter politics, continue our struggle, and take leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shashta
Thank you,
madam.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Now, may I invite Dibanjani Nayak and Pravati Tripathi from Odisha, and topic is effect of a methodology approach to education on knowledge regarding Dipanjani Nayak and Pravati Tripathi. Now, may I invite Mrs. Jyoti Vishwakarma. She is assistant professor from Pune and delivering topic is women and education. Now, may I invite Dr. Samiksha Chaudhary and Shushmita Bhattacharya. Topic is Girls Child Education in West Bengal. Assistant Professor, Department of Geography from Calcutta. Now, may I invite Dr. P. Dhanalakshmi, M. Jyoti, Assistant Professor, Higher Education, Commerce, Social Welfare, Residential Girls Degree College University, Krishna University, on presenting on women entrepreneur development. Dr. P. Dhanalakshmi. Now, I invite Dr. Suman Kumari Rajan, Associate Professor, Sanskrit Dayanand Mahila Mahavidyalaya Kurukshetra, संस्कृत साहित्य में सशक्त महिलाएं।
नमस्ते मैम।
नमस्ते।
सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं सीधे अपने विषय पर आती हूँ। संस्कृत साहित्य में महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण या सशक्त महिलाएं। महिलाओं ने शिक्षित होने के साथ साथ सदैव समाज के उत्थान में पुरुषों से भी बढ़कर अपनी भूमिका निभाई है और अपना योगदान दिया है। आज से हजारों वर्ष पूर्व महिलाओं की स्थिति वर्तमान समय से कहीं बेहतर थी। महिलाएं प्रगतिशील विचारधारा की थी और अपनी प्रगतिशील विचारधारा का योगदान समाज को भी देती थी। उस काल में शिक्षित होने का अर्थ कभी भी आजीविका कमाना या व्यवसाय करना नहीं था। अर्थार्जन से दूर किंतु शिक्षा और ज्ञान प्राप्ति व्यक्ति विशेष में आत्मविश्वास और उसके सामाजिक अधिकारों तथा कर्तव्यों के प्रति हमेशा नारियां सशक्त रही हैं, सजग रही हैं। वैदिक काल के अनेक उदाहरण ऋषिकाओं के रूप में हमें स्पष्ट प्रमाण देते हैं। ब्रह्मवादिनी विश्ववारा, अपाला, सूर्या, घोषा, लोपामुद्रा, गार्गी, मैत्रेयी इत्यादि ऋषिकाओं की विद्वत्ता प्रगतिशील समाज के निर्माण में महती भूमिका निभाती रही। ये जितनी भी ऋषिकाएं थी तर्कों पर आधारित संवाद और वाद विवाद प्रश्नोत्तर शैली करती ही न केवल सामान्य विषयों पर अपितु इसके सर्वोत्तम उदाहरण हमें ऋषि याज्ञवल्क्य और विदुषी गार्गी का संवाद के रूप में मिलता है। तो इस प्रकार महिलाओं का शिक्षित होना भले ही कम मात्रा में था किंतु महिलाएं उस काल में भी शिक्षित थी और आज जब महिलाओं की संख्या बढ़ करके लगभग कुल आबादी का 49 to 50% की तरफ जा रहा है तब भी महिलाओं की शिक्षित होने की जो तीव्रता है या उनकी जो गणना है वो उसी तरह से बढ़ रही है। अब मैं लास्ट में आती हूँ। जी मैम, मैं लास्ट की ओर आ रही हूँ। वैदिक काल में कुप्रथाओं का सर्वथा अभाव था। बाल विवाह, पर्दा प्रथा, सती प्रथा ये सब ऋग्वैदिक काल के बाद में आई है। संभवतः ये मुगल पीरियड के दौरान आई है। महिलाओं को योग्य जीवन साथी का चयन करने के लिए स्वयंवर प्रथा की आजादी प्राप्त थी। यज्ञ के आयोजनों में बराबर की हिस्सेदारी महिलाओं की रहती थी। महिलाओं के बिना यज्ञ आयोजन असफल माने जाते थे। उत्तरोत्तर काल में रामायण महाभारत में भी महिलाओं की बहुधा भूमिका आपको मिलेगी। न केवल शिक्षित, शास्त्र विद्या के साथ साथ शस्त्र विद्या में भी पारंगत होती थी। महारानी कैकेयी इसका बेहतर उदाहरण है। आश्रम व्यवस्था, गुरुकुलीय शिक्षा प्रणाली के माध्यम से बेहतर समाज निर्माण में नारियों का योगदान रहा। सबसे बड़ा नियोग प्रथा के माध्यम से संतान प्राप्ति के लिए भी महिलाओं को स्वतंत्रता थी। अंत में मैं कहना चाहूंगी, इन सभी बातों से प्रमाणित होता है कि हमारी संस्कृति ने, हमारी परंपरा ने, भारतीय परंपरा ने महिलाओं को सदैव एक उच्च स्थान प्रदान किया है, उन्हें शिक्षित किया है, उन्हें सशक्त बनाया है। धार्मिक, आर्थिक, सांस्कृतिक, सामाजिक रूप से पूर्ण सशक्त महिलाएं रही हैं, जो इस बात को पुष्ट करती हैं कि यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता। इसका अभिप्राय यही है कि महिलाएं समाज में जब समान रूप से मानी जाती हैं, समझी जाती हैं, तो समाज को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी योगदान देती हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी
Thank you
का
so much.
मुझे अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए।
Thank you. Now I invite Rajappa MH, Assistant Professor from Karnataka. He will be delivering on the challenges, schemes and its strategies for women empowerment in Karnataka.
Yes, madam. Okay, madam. Okay, ji, madam.
You can take over, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Rajappa MH, Assistant Professor of History, Government First Grade College, Sorba, Shimaga District. My topic, the challenges, schemes and strategies for women empowerment in Karnataka among the Shimaga District. Empowerment is the main process of social development which can enable women to participate in the socio-economic, political and cultural sustainable development of the rural communities. Today, the empowerment of women has become one of the most important concerns of 21st century. But practically, women empowerment is still an illusion of reality. Women empowerment is the vital instrument of expand women's ability to have resource and to make strategic life choice. The study concludes by an observation that providing basic facilities and implementing various schemes are enabling factors to women empowerment. Karnataka has been developing very fast, but not always equitably or inclusively. Our development model is very much a work in progress and deep inclusive. Our development model is very much and work is progress and deep rooted. Challenges remain for the last 40 years. Trade has been one of the stabilizing pillars of the global communities, creating jobs, supporting the development and spreading of technology and ideas, boosting productivity, expanding consumer choice and enabling cross-border communication channels and supply chains. Conclusion: India as a country is still recovering from the every years of above the times of the Raj and more years of the economic supporting at the hands of the licensed Raj. It is only now that globalization, liberalization and other socio-economic forces have given some respect to a large participation of the population. However, there are still quite a few areas where women empowerment in India is large looking. They really understand what women empowerment is. There needs to be change in the mindset of the people in the country. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajappa sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, may I invite Neelam Kushwaha. She is research scholar, Commerce Department, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore.
Namaskar, ma'am. My name is Neelam Kushwaha. I am a research scholar देवी अहिल्या विश्वविद्यालय. मेरे शोध का विषय है भारत में महिला उद्यमिता. हेलो जी मैम. पिछले कुछ दशकों में हमारे देश का तीव्र आर्थिक विकास हुआ है, परंतु आज भी उद्यमिता के क्षेत्र में पुरुषों की अपेक्षा महिलाओं का अनुपात बहुत ही कम है. भारत में महिलाओं के स्वामित्व वाले उद्यमों का भाग केवल 20% है, जिसमें भी कोविड महामारी के फलस्वरूप और कमी आई है. यदि हम स्टार्टअप्स की बात करें तो केवल 6% महिलाएं ही स्टार्टअप्स के संस्थापक हैं. हालांकि भारत के विनिर्माण क्षेत्र में महिलाओं द्वारा धारित हिस्सेदारी 50% से अधिक है, किंतु कंप्यूटर, मोटर वाहन, मशीनरी एवं उपकरणों आदि उद्योगों के संबंध में यह प्रतिशत मात्र 2 या उससे भी कम है. वर्ष 2019 के महिला उद्यमी सूचकांक के 57 देशों में भारत का स्थान 52वां रहा, जो यह प्रदर्शित करता है कि आज भी वैश्विक स्तर पर भारत महिला उद्यमिता के क्षेत्र में अत्यंत ही पिछड़ा हुआ है. नेशनल सैंपल सर्वे की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार भारत में स्थित व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठानों में महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित प्रतिष्ठानों का हिस्सा मात्र 14% है, जिनमें से भी अधिकांश उद्यम सूक्ष्म स्तर एवं स्ववित्त पोषित हैं. प्रस्तुत आंकड़े भारत में उद्यमिता के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की वर्तमान स्थिति को बताते हैं, जिनसे यह ज्ञात होता है कि सरकार द्वारा महिला उद्यमिता के विकास हेतु संचालित विभिन्न प्रकार की योजनाओं, नीतियों एवं कार्यक्रमों के बावजूद भी सतही तौर पर उद्यमिता के क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की स्थिति प्रतिकूल है। थैंक यू।
Please conclude.
ओके
Thank
मैम।
you. Thank you, Neelam. Thank you, Neelam, madam.
जी जी,
Now,
थैंक
I invite Rekha and presenting topic on role of agriculture marketing in economic development of India. Rekha.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am audible.
Yeah. Yes.
I am audible, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
yes.
afternoon, ma'am, and all respected member of conference. First of all, thanks for giving me a platform for representing paper. Myself, Rekha, from Haryana, Hisar, a PhD scholar of Baba Mastnath University, BMU, Rohtak. Today, I am going to represent a research paper. The topic is role of marketing in economic development of India. Well, we know agriculture is the most important part. Agriculture is the most important part of India's economy, and currently it is the leading farm producer in the world. Agro sector offers around 52% of total number of recruitment available in India and contribute around 18.1% to the GDP. Agriculture is the only means of living from almost 2/3 of the employed class in India. The agriculture segment of India has occupied almost 43% of India's geographical area. This paper focuses on the agriculture marketing and its role in the economic development of India. Now, importance of agriculture marketing. Agriculture is the most central sector of India's economy. 7 out of 10 persons in India are dependent on agriculture sector. The importance are optimization of resources used and output management, increase farm income, widening market, price signal, adoption and spread of new technology, better living. Now, the roles of agriculture in economic development. The agriculture sector is the backbone of an Indian economy, which offer the basic ingredients to
Your
mankind. And now, okay, ma'am, I'm concluding. The agriculture development is most important factor in the India's economic development of a country. Even developed country lays stress on agriculture development. Agricultural growth is important to provide food and growing non-agriculture labor forces, raw material for industrial production, and saving and tax revenue to support development of the rest of the economy, to get foreign exchange, and to provide a raising market to domestic manufacturers. Thus, agriculture marketing plays a key role in the India's economic development of the nation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rekha madam. Now, may I invite Ahmad Khande.
दीपक घोष 133. ममता मैम, दीपक घोष 133 सीरियल नंबर.
Serial number 33, Deepak K. Ghosh. Yes. May I invite Deepak K. Ghosh, research scholar from Rajasthan, and to deliver topic on role of women in reducing effect of fire on the environment. Please, Deepak K. Ghosh. Deepak K. Ghosh, are you here? Now, may I invite Nakeem Ahmad Khande, Department of Comparative Language and AMP Culture at Barkatullah University, Bhopal, to deliver his lecture on an essential reading of Arun Joshi's The Strange Case of Billy Biswas. Nakeem Ahmad Khande. Now, I invite Chitralekha SS, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Thiruvananthapuram. Topic is Rising Non-Performing Assets in Students' Loans in India. Chitralekha SS.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for presentation is non-performing assets in student loans in India. Quality education has turned more and more expensive, and this might be beyond the reach of common men. To help an individual such circumstances, we have education loan available through banks. The skyrocketing fees in self-financing colleges are of the major reasons that most students take education loan. NBAs are those kinds of loans or advances that are in defaults. Objectives: to analyze the growth of education loan in India and to discuss about the rising NBAs in education loan in India and its implications. Methodology: simple statistical tools are used for analyzing data, and primary and secondary data is used for the study. Now we start with the terms and conditions of education loan provided in India. Education loan have been a great assistance to those who have not been able to pursue professional education due to financial constraints. A loan borrower is given a holiday period, commonly called the moratorium period, after the completion of the course to find a job himself, after which he can start repaying the loan. Let's move to the trends in education loan outstanding in India. The table shows the trend in education loan outstanding during the period from 2011 to 20. From the table, we get a conclusion that dispersal of education loan was increasing up to 2018. From 2019 to 20, it shows a decreasing trend. It is because of the increasing NBA and COVID-19. Now we look into the education loan NBS in percentage. This shows that an increasing trend of NBS for education loan. It is at a very high rate of in 2020 December because of the dropout of jobs and income loss due to the COVID. The students have been compelled to pursue their education from home due to the pandemic. Owing to this, the number of aspirants requiring student finances has increased. Now, next we move to the category-wise outstanding loan and NBA. With nearly 10% of education loan being written off as NBA, looking at the stream-wise data of education loan, it can be inferred that the nursing stream has turned out the most number and followed by the engineering. Making India would become a success and there would be some job creation, but that's a little bit time. Now we look into the state with highest NBA education.
Please conclude it. Please conclude it, Chitralekha, madam.
Okay. Let us conclude that total outstanding of education loan all over India during the period of 2020-21 was 89,883.57. Government should take measures to control the fees of self-financing colleges. Government should seek measures to bring more aided colleges so that government loan burden of students can be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chitralekha, madam. Now, may I invite Ruxana and Begum to deliver her lecture on marine fisherwomen in Kerala. She is economic research scholar from Thiruvananthapuram. Ruxana and Begum.
Hello, I am Rupsana and Begum, research scholar in economics, Government College for Women, Trivandrum. Now I am here to present my paper titled Marine Fisherwomen in Kerala, a glance into their life and livelihood. Now I'll share my slides. Okay, I hope you can see the slides.
Yes.
I'll go into the introduction. Marine fisheries sector plays a socially and economically vital role in Kerala by providing food security, by having a role in employment generation as well as income generation. Fisherwomen constitute about half of the overall population of marine fisherfolk, and as such their role in development is very essential. In marine fisheries sector, it is the male fishermen who are actively involved with fishing activities. But there is no guarantee of regular income because of the uncertainties faced by fishing activities. Therefore, women fisherfolk's engagement in allied activities and thereby generation of additional income is very much essential for families' economic well-being. Women from fishing communities are more involved in allied activities in the pre-harvesting and post-harvesting time. These include processing activities like peeling, curing, value addition, marketing, vending, loading, and unloading export-oriented works. In addition, as in all traditional societies, fisherwomen are responsible for household management, including cooking, childcare, healthcare, sanitation, and financial management. In Kerala, almost 79% of the total fishing allied activities in the marine fisheries sector is done by fisheries women. The objective of this paper is to examine some of the demographic as well as socio-economic indicators of marine fisherwomen in Kerala. The paper also aims to understand the challenges faced by them and suggest ways to improve their socio-economic status.
Your time is over. Please conclude, madam.
Okay, madam. I will conclude. I am not showing these slides because due to the paucity of time. In almost all of the major socio-economic indicators, marine women perform poorly, and I will go into the main challenges faced by fisherwomen in Kerala. Some of the main challenges faced by fishermen in Kerala are socio-economic backwardness, problems of traditional patriarchal society, lack of financial resources, family problems like irresponsible behavior of fishermen. Yes, most of the fishermen are involved in drinking and gambling activities. Then lack of adequate technical skills. For concluding, marine fishermen play a vital role in Kerala's marine fisheries sector, and yet they face several kinds of inequality and deprivation. Marine women's fisherfolk's condition can be considerably enhanced by providing better social infrastructure like health, education, sanitation, waste disposal system, etc. A mix of conventional education along with technical education will help them gain more knowledge about modern post-harvest technologies and thus increase their earning potential. Government can also provide facilities for creation of self-employment opportunities which will improve their economic footing. Also, the government can take measures to increase the availability of credit facilities to fishermen. Another measure that can be taken to improve marine fishermen's lives is to create baby care centers in coastal areas so that women are not forced to remain at home for looking after them. Lastly, and most importantly, the conditions of marine fisherwomen can be made drastically better by creating political awareness among them and organizing them into pressure groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruxana, madam. Now I invite Muhammad Idris to deliver on the psychoanalytic approach to Stephen King's Carey. He is research scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, Department of Comparative. Muhammad Idris. Now I invite Firdaus Rashid, research scholar, Department of Comparative Language and Culture, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and Dr. Kranti Vats, Professor of English, Department of English, Government, MVM Bhopal, to deliver on gender inequality and discrimination in the select novels and Anita Desai and Grita Hariharan.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. Are you audible to me?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries. It is an honor and great opportunity for me to participate in this 6th Multidisciplinary International Conference. Welcome you all once again. My topic is about gender inequality and discrimination in the select novels in Anita Desai and Geeta Hariharan. As you know that marriage is a powerful relationship between husband and wife in today's patriarchal culture. In the conventional setup, a woman loses her identity after marriage, but in today's society, women are unwilling to give up their freedom. She is emotionally and financially independent since she is educated, career-oriented, and ambitious. The term feminism is commonly used to refer to the women's movement, which emerged in last 18th century and continued to demand for complete political, social, economic equality for men and women. Despite the universal development, women in modern India still face a lot of discrimination. Women's pain, misery, and sadness, as well as their attempts to revolt against the system and society, have been depicted by Indian writers, particularly women writers. Anita Desai and Geeta Hariharan was the pioneer of this development. This study reveals how they express their emotions on how women characters in their novels develop through gender interaction. The development of a new woman's self-concept emerges through a chain of gender encounters in Anita Desai and Geeta Hariharan's select novels.
Your time is over. Please conclude.
Ma'am, now I'm concluding my research paper. In Gita Hariharan novels, women go through 3 stages of development: tradition, transition, and modernization. Women in her novels appear to be personification of new women who are attempting to shed the weight of restrictions they have carried for a long time. We might endeavor to realize the possibilities of women achievement through the perspective of novelists while evaluating Indian English literature. It is necessary to appreciate women's writing. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradesh Shashiji. Thank you. Now, I invite Dr. Vishwanath Sarkar, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, West Bengal, and he will be delivering on women in world politics, issues and challenges. Dr. Vishwanath Sarkar. Now, I invite Deepak Jain, Assistant Professor. Deepak Jain.
जी मैडम नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण विभाग बागपत दिगंबर जैन कॉलेज. टॉपिक इज महिला सशक्तिकरण और घरेलू हिंसा से बचाव हेतु माध्यमिक स्तर के सामाजिक विज्ञान पाठ्यक्रम में जैन दर्शन एवं शांति शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता.
जी मैम, थैंक यू मैम. सबसे पहले तो मैम इतने सफल आयोजन के लिए मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ मैम. आप बहुत अच्छे तरीके से इस कार्य को कर रहे हैं. इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बधाई मैम.
थैंक यू.
मैं सारांश पढ़ता हूँ इस टॉपिक का अपना. मैम, भारत में महिलाओं को देवी के समान माना जाता है, किंतु आज भी महिलाओं के साथ घरेलू हिंसा बदस्तूर जारी है. आज महिलाएं घर और दफ्तर दोनों में बहुत अच्छे एवं संतुलित तरीके से काम कर रही हैं. पहले की तुलना में आज लड़कियों की अच्छी खासी संख्या देश में शिक्षित भी हो रही है और हर क्षेत्र में महिलाएं किसी न किसी पद पर कार्य करते हुए पुरुषों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रही है. परंतु मैडम, कहीं ना कहीं आज भी नारी की सुरक्षा पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लग रहे हैं. नारियों पर आए दिन बढ़ते हुए अत्याचार और बलात्कार इत्यादि अपराध रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं, अपितु दिन पर दिन इनकी संख्या बढ़ती ही जा रही है. महिलाओं के अधिकार और सुरक्षा हेतु केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकार द्वारा विभिन्न प्रयास लगातार किए जा रहे हैं एवं महिलाएं भी अपने अधिकारों के प्रति जागरूक हो रही है. परंतु इस सबके बावजूद भी स्थिति विपरीत बनी हुई है मैडम. जैन दर्शन अहिंसा के सिद्धांत को सर्वोपरि मानते हुए जियो और जीने दो के सूत्र वाक्यों को मान्यता प्रदान करता है. वह किसी भी प्रकार की हिंसा को अमान्य घोषित करता है. जैन दर्शन में सभी जीवों को एक समान माना गया है. शांति शिक्षा में समानता का भाव सर्वोपरि रखते हुए स्त्रियों को भी अपनी स्वतंत्रता और गरिमा के साथ जीवन व्यतीत करने का पूर्ण अधिकार दिया गया है. जैन जीवन दर्शन और शांति शिक्षा ने स्त्री सशक्तिकरण को बहुत शुरुआत से ही एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय माना है. परंतु प्रस्तुत शोध पत्र में महिला सशक्तिकरण और घरेलू हिंसा के प्रति जैन दर्शन और शांति शिक्षा की भूमिका को दर्शाता है. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deepak sir. Now, may I invite Roshni Siddiqui and Dr. Rupesh, guest faculty of Avdesh Pratap Singh University, Riva, Department of Commerce, and deliver on skill development of women in business education. Dr. Roshni Siddiqui and Dr. Rupesh. Now, may I invite Dr. Subhash Kumar Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Electronics, MGPG College, Gorakhpur, and to deliver on women entrepreneurship development in India. Subhash Kumar Sharma. Now, may I invite Vinutha U, Muktamat, Pushpa B, Khadi, Priya, Ramesh, Higde. And topic is examination of health status of rural elderly of Dharwad district and intervention. And they are from Dharwad, US Dharwad. Now I invite Savita Kumari, PhD शोध छात्रा, शैक्षिक अध्ययन विभाग, महात्मा गांधी केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय, मोतिहारी, पूर्वी चंपारण, बिहार. और टॉपिक है महिला सशक्तिकरण में सह शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता. सविता कुमारी.
प्रणाम मैम.
मे आई इनवाइट डॉक्टर प्रणाम. सविता कुमारी.
यस मैम. प्रणाम मैम. मेरी आवाज आ रही है मैम?
सविता कुमारी. ओके
मैम मेरी
बिल्कुल
आवाज
आ रही है, आप शुरू करें प्लीज।
थैंक यू मैम। आप सभी को मेरा
आपकी
प्रणाम।
आवाज आ रही है। 2 मिनट टाइम बाउंड है यहाँ पे, प्लीज 2 मिनट में कंप्लीट करना है।
मेरा टॉपिक है महिला सशक्तिकरण में शिक्षा की प्रासंगिकता। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि सृष्टि की रचना में महिला और पुरुष की समान भागीदारी होती है, अतः हम एक सशक्त और समावेशी समाज का निर्माण तभी कर पाएंगे जब हर क्षेत्र में महिला और पुरुष की समान भागीदारी हो और उन्हें समान अवसर मिले। इसकी शुरुआत हम सह शिक्षा मतलब सह शिक्षा को आधार बना के कर सकते हैं। सह शिक्षा वो शिक्षा व्यवस्था है जिसमें एक महिला और पुरुष साथ साथ शिक्षा ग्रहण करते हैं, साथ साथ उनको मतलब ट्रेनिंग के लिए या विभिन्न क्षेत्र में कार्य के लिए मौके मिलते हैं। और जैसे कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि अगर हमें विश्व पटल पर या राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अगर हम महिलाओं को सामने आना होगा तो पुरुष के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर ही काम करने होंगे। इसके लिए हम सह शिक्षा को एक विकल्प के रूप में देख सकते हैं। हालांकि बदलते दौर में एक महिला के सामने हमेशा अपनी सुरक्षा को लेकर विशेष प्रकार की चुनौतियों का सामना करना होता है, लेकिन शिक्षा एक ऐसी शक्ति है जिसके द्वारा एक महिला अपने अधिकारों से जागरूक हो सकती है तथा स्वयं के सुरक्षा के लिए उसका उचित उपयोग कर सकती है। जैसे हम कहें कि महिला के लिए अगर महिला का सुरक्षा में सिर्फ पुरुष ही जिम्मेदार है तो ये हमारा लैंगिक पूर्वाग्रह होगा। एक महिला कहीं भी किसी से भी असुरक्षित हो सकती है, लेकिन शिक्षा द्वारा वो जागरूक हो सकती है और अपने अधिकारों के प्रति मतलब अपने अधिकारों का उपयोग कर सकती है। और एक शिक्षित महिला के सामने सशक्त होने के लिए बहुआयामी रास्ते खुले होते हैं। तो इस प्रकार शिक्षा के द्वारा योग कुशल शिक्षक, डॉक्टर, राजनीतिज्ञ, वैज्ञानिक इत्यादि के द्वारा सशक्त हो सकते हैं। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद मैम।
May I invite Dr. P. Ansuya Prasanna?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Vinita
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. This is Idris here. I'm also present. Earlier, I was not there when you called my name. So, if you will provide me any chance, I will present it.
Dr. P. Ansuya. Assistant Professor, Sanskrit City College, Hyderabad, and topic Women Education in Sanskrit Literature.
Namaste.
Please invite you to present your paper.
Mahati Vidhihutam Yahaviriya Chahotri Ye Dve Kalam Vidhatta Sruti Vishaya Guna Yasita Vyapya Viswam Yamahu Sarva Bhuta Prakririti Yaya Pranina Pranavantah Pratyakshabhiprapannastanubhihi Avatuvaha Tabhirashtabhirishaha. Women education is an interesting topic today. Women is unique in the entire creation of God. Prakriti, the word refers to women in general. Knowing the capabilities of Prakriti and recognizing the importance of Prakriti are very, very essential to the present generation. If Prakriti is ignored, what happens to the world is known by us in the form of pandemic. If women are neglected, we can't imagine. It's the position of world. All women who are seen in Vedic texts or epics are very powerful. Their education and knowledge found favor with the society. They are role models. All the women like Sita, Tara, Mandodari in Ramayana, and Draupadi, Gandhari, Kunti, Vidula, all were well versed in all subjects in their fields. All women proved as thoughtful, logical, reasonable, and most powerful. Here I recite one sloka. Yatra naryastu pujyante tatra devataha ramantre. Yatraitastu na pujyante sarvastatra phalaha kriyaha. Education certainly makes the women to be an independent and happy. That's what the Vedic rishis and Sanskrit poets did the miracles through Sanskrit literature. All the women poets like Vijika, Chandala Vidya, Tirumalamba, Ganga Devi, and male poets like Bharavi, Bhasa, Magha, Kalidasa elevated the women with education in an excellent manner. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Now, may I invite Dr. H.K. Vandana, Assistant Professor of Sanskrit City College, Hyderabad. Dr. H.K. Vandana, Literature, Government City College, Head of the Department Hindi. Topic is Vyapari Banjara Mahila. Now, may I invite Mrs. Anita S., Dr. Veda CV.
Madam is muted. Vandana madam is muted. She is there. Prior to me.
नमस्कार मैडम, मैं डॉक्टर एच के वंदना बोल रही हूँ।
डॉक्टर एच के वंदना
जी जी, नमस्कार मैडम, नमस्कार। ओके ओके। व्यापारी बंजारा महिला पर मेरा प्रपत्र है। बंजारा राजस्थान के मूल निवासी है। वे व्यापार करने के लिए समूचे भारत में भ्रमण करते थे। बैलों पर अपनी खाद्य सामग्री रखकर वे व्यापार किया करते थे। हजारों बंजारों का कारवां होता था और कारवां में महिलाओं की भागीदारी भी होती थी। महिलाएं भी रसोई बनाने के साथ साथ व्यापार की सहभागी होती है। बंजारा जाति में महिलाओं का योगदान अधिक होता है। बंजारा अपने परिवार के साथ बैलों पर खाद्य सामग्री लादकर राजस्थान से निकलकर गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और गोलकोंडा संस्थान कर्नाटका राज्य में घूमकर व्यापार किया करते थे। तेलंगाना राज्य अर्थात गोलकोंडा संस्थान में जो कारवा प्रवेश किया था उसमें महिलाएं अधिक थी। महिलाओं की वेशभूषा, गहने, रहन सहन, संस्कृति, राजनीति राजस्थानी होने के कारण दक्षिण भारत के लोग इन्हें अजीब नजर से देखा करते थे। बंजारा महिला वीर नारियां होती थी। उन्हें तलवार चलाना, घुड़सवारी करना आने के कारण वह स्वयं अपनी रक्षा कर लेती थी। बंजारा महिला खानदान व्यापारी होने के कारण बाजार के सभी तत्वों को जानती थी। व्यापार करना इतना आसान काम नहीं है, उसके लिए प्रशिक्षण एवं अनुभव की आवश्यकता होती है। बंजारन पति के साथ रहकर घर की भी संभालती थी और पति के व्यापार में समान रूप से सहयोग दिया करती है। इसलिए आदिकाल से बंजारों के पास 1000 से भी अधिक बैल होते हैं। इन्हें बंजारन ही संभालती है। जो बंजारे लूण अर्थात नमक का व्यापार करने तेलंगाना और आंध्र प्रदेश में आए थे, वे लौट कर राजस्थान नहीं गए। वे तेलंगाना में बस कर ही अपने व्यापार को जारी रखते हैं। आज भी तेलंगाना प्रांत की बंजारा महिलाएं अधिकतर वाणिज्य का काम करती है। कंक्लूजन यही है कि व्यापारी बंजारा महिलाएं पुरुषों की तरह पसीना बहाकर मेहनत भी करती है। तेलंगाना प्रांत की बंजारन अपने खेतों में ईंट बनाने का घरेलू उद्योग भी करती है। सर्दी गर्मी मौसम में सभी मौसमों में वो कड़ी मेहनत करती है। आज भी बंजारा महिलाएं बहुत ही अपने आप पर गर्व महसूस करती है। मेहनत ही उनका अपना विश्वास है और भले ही वो छोटे मकान बनाए या बड़े मकान बनाए, परंतु परिवार को संभालना, बच्चों को संभालना, घर गृहस्थी को संभालना, पति को संभालना और व्यापार को संभालना, इसलिए बंजारे व्यापारी है। आज भी वे व्यापारी है। आज आप किसी भी प्रांतों में आप देख सकते हैं। आप महाराष्ट्र में देख सकते हैं बंजारों को और आप कर्नाटका में देख सकते हैं। संपूर्ण भारत के सभी प्रांतों में आज व्यापार के जरिए बंजारे फैले हुए हैं। उनका मुख्य
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Impact of support social progress and economic sustainability of women self-help groups. Mrs. Anita S., Faculty, Department of Social Work, Bangalore, and Dr. Veda CV, Coordinator and Assistant Professor from Bangalore University. Please, present your paper.
Thank you, ma'am. My topic is impact of psychosocial status and economic sustainability of women self-help groups. This is with special reference to 6 slums of Bangalore. So among those 6 slums, I have taken 6 women domestic workers, because in slums major occupation is either domestic work for female employees, and for male it is construction work. So I have taken 6 construction work women employees. Among them also I have taken who are the women who is having lot of difficulties like health issues or educational related issues, unskilled laborers, and who are undergoing through domestic violence or sexual harassment
harassment. So those kind of 6 domestic workers. Among them, what we did initially, we have done in-depth research interview, and finally what we did, we come to know like what sort of problems they are facing. Based on that, we had an interaction with NAFINs as well as NABARD bank employees. So they are agreed to come and provide capacity building training program, SHG concept training, as well as leadership building training programs. Once they got those training programs, they got loans from NAFINs. That loans, they have used it for productive income generating activities. So we did this study in the March 2020. In the month of August, NAFINs has provided the training. In the month of December, they are capable to become self-entrepreneur. One woman is earlier she's holding a vegetable cart. Now she's owning her own vegetable stall. And another woman, she is not having any skilled labor, but she
Your
started.
time is over. Please conclude.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Chips making, and she started that. And one woman, she started making fancy items. So these kind of activities they have started, and now all 6 women, along with they are from 6 different self-help groups. So impact of the study make all 6 self-help group women become self-entrepreneurship. They are owning their own income generating activity to support their family, as well as one woman among them, she is teaching fancy item making for other women groups. So in that way, they have become socially, economically empowered. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now, right, Dr. R.
Hello.
He,
Hello.
assistant.
Mamta ma'am, hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, hello.
हाँ
One
बोलिए.
minute.
Yes.
Feril
Hello.
Irham from Indo.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
Feril Irham from Indonesia. Feril from Indonesia.
Thank you.
Please start, sir.
Okay.
On 2 minutes.
Thank
sir.
you. Can you hear my voice?
Okay. Yes, sir. Please start.
Okay. Now I would like to present it in 2 minutes about clean technology for Indonesian elementary schools teaching materials. Okay. The background is the background are the students have to learning their parents' advice, and besides that, they have to critical studies or critical issue. This is an issue from UNESCO, and also they have to respect wisdom toward the learning process. Study of step. So there are topic. The first topic is STEM education in relation with global warming. So the study of integrative thematic is that provide opportunity for independent learning and instructional steps. The next one is cultural education in raising global warming awareness. So critical discourses on global warming economic power, ecosystem utilization studies for critical analysis, and environment analysis. And thematic teaching materials, the ability to develop self-capacity, skill for changing behavior, and ability to analyze self-concept about nature. So the children development theories in relation with global warming. So the awareness will be in a concrete and learning critical writing about global warming processes and studies regarding ecosystem basic culture.
Your time is over. Please conclude, sir.
In conclusion, it is basic environment assessment, analysis of information, disclosure of transformative change, and critical analysis of needs of the global ecosystem. Okay, I think that's from today for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. R. Shanti, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Annamalai University, and topic is Impact of Women Economic Empowerment in India. Dr. R. Shanti. Now may I invite Dr. Samihita Chaudhary and Dr. Susmita to deliver her lecture on Girls' Child Education in West Bengal. Samihita Chaudhary and Dr. Susmita? No? Now invite Dr. Raspal Singh Rawat, Department of Commerce, Government Degree College, Narendra Nagar, Uttarakhand, and topic is Women Entrepreneurship Development in Uttarakhand.
Good evening, ma'am.
Dr. Rajpal Singh Rawat, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Please, you to present your paper.
Objective of the study, number first, to study about the status and role of women entrepreneurs in Uttarakhand state. The second is to identify, to analyze socio-cultural factors and their effects on entrepreneurship development in Uttarakhand state. Number third, to examine the effect of socio-cultural effects on women's entrepreneurship in Uttarakhand state. Now, conclusion from my side, this research was carried out on female entrepreneurs in the state of Uttarakhand, the socio-cultural position of Uttarakhand women in a significant factors of entrepreneurship. Local entrepreneurship decided significantly the entrepreneurship of women in the state of Uttarakhand, and the people with high socio-cultural status have major differences in view, while the people in the state increase their position and boost the state economy with low social culture status. The relationship between social culture status and locality is an essential variable in deciding the environmental entrepreneurship among women of the state of the Uttarakhand. Thank you, ma'am. Concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Mrs. Lissy Varghese to present paper on women education, and she is senior lecturer, Commerce Department from Mumbai University. Lissy Varghese. Mrs. Lissy Varghese. Now, may I invite Srimati Sunita Mitra Sarkar, presenting on rereading Natijewski Theory of Women, and she is Assistant Professor and HOD Department of Political Science from West Bengal. Now, I invite Sunil Sahani, and topic is Women Entrepreneurship Development, and he is Research Scholar Hindi, Manipur University. Sunil Sahani. Now, may I invite Chandu K. Popatkar, and topic is Agriculture, Marketing and Women's Development, Principal of Kumbhalkar College of Social Work, Wardha. Chandu K. Popatkar. Now, may I invite Dr. Deepti Singh, सहायक प्राध्यापक राजनीति शास्त्र विभाग शासकीय नवीन महाविद्यालय केशवाही जिला शहडोल, एंड टॉपिक इज भारत में जनजाति महिला उद्यमियों की वर्तमान स्थिति, डॉक्टर दीप्ति सिंह. डॉक्टर दीप्ति सिंह. नाउ may I invite Dr. Dakshani M. Dongre, and presented on cryptocurrency in India and analysis, and he is Assistant Professor, MV Government Arts and Commerce College, Karnataka State. Now, may I invite Bilal Ahmad Mir.
Yes, ma'am.
PhD Research Scholar.
Yeah.
And Annamalai, Tamil Nadu. Topic is presented on effect of women's empowerment on reproductive and child health services among rural women in Kashmir Valley. Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah, my topic is, ma'am, my topic and paper is, ma'am, about effect of women and empowerment on reproductive and child health services among rural women in Kashmir. The study shed light on women empowerment associated with increased utilization of reproductive and child health services in Kashmir Valley. The research is among the rural women in Kashmir. The livelihood of women is highest to attend utilization of reproductive child health services in Kashmir Valley. More antenatal care visits and postnatal care visits institutional for delivery, take their children for immunization, and use modern family planning methods with empowerment secure those complete education, have wealth and media exposure as compared to those who are less educated, poorer, and have no media. Couples in which both husband and wife made reproductive and child health decisions are the most likely to use these services, followed by individual decision makers. The findings suggested that the use of maternal health care services is influenced by the women's roles in decision making and the attitude of women towards the domestic violence. After controlling for the socio-economic and the demographic factors which are organized at the individual household and the community level, the study results suggest that the policy actions that increase women empowerment at home could be effective in helping assure good maternal health. I think time is not allowing us to elaborate all the topic. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, may I invite Baby Kumari, research scholar from Department of Sociology and Political Science, and from Agra, UP. And topic is भारत में जनजाति विकास एवं सांस्कृतिक परिवर्तन. Baby Kumari. Now, may I invite Dr. Anuradha Satish Deshmukh, Assistant Professor, Department of Home Science, Amravati, and topic is Women Entrepreneurship Development. Anuradha Satish Deshmukh. Now, I invite Sapna Agrawal, and she is teacher, Government Upper Primary School, Avinashi, Sanvalpura, Rajasthan, and delivering topic is Women Entrepreneurship Development. Now, I invite Parvinder Kaur Punitha Sharma. Topic is prescription of undergraduate female students regarding female participation in labor force, from Ludhiana, Punjab University, and he is Assistant Professor of Economics. Parvinder Kaur and Punitha Sharma. Now, last participants, last speaker, I invite Pramila from Rajasthan, and delivering lecture on women entrepreneurship development. Pramila.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, madam. Namaste. Madam, namaste.
Who? Hello.
हेलो मैडम नमस्ते.
नमस्ते.
मैं डॉक्टर बी आर भद्री बोल रहा हूँ उत्तराखंड से.
बी आर
भद्री, सहायक प्राध्यापक, उत्तराखंड.
जी, प्लीज कंटिन्यू एंड प्लीज योर नेम इज?
डॉक्टर बालाराम भद्री.
बालाराम भद्री. जी सर, कंटिन्यू प्लीज.
डिलीवर योर रियल नंबर सर. मैडम, साहित्य एवं नारी पर 2 शब्द मैं भी बोलना चाह रहा था. हेलो.
हाँ सर, प्लीज कंटिन्यू. प्रेजेंट योर पेपर सर.
ओके, 1 मिनट सर, प्लीज कंटिन्यू. जी. साहित्य एवं नारी. मेरा टॉपिक है मेरा साहित्य एवं नारी.
यू हैव ओनली 2 मिनट्स. प्लीज कंटिन्यू सर. स्टार्ट.
सदा भवानी दायिनी ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश. सर्वप्रथम मैं आयोजक मंडल को प्रणाम करते हुए धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि जिन्होंने मुझे इस ऑनलाइन पटल पर 2 शब्द बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया. मेरा विषय है साहित्य एवं नारी. भारतीय नारी सृष्टि के आरंभ से ही अनंत गुणों की आगार रही है. पृथ्वी की सी क्षमता, सूर्य जैसा तेज, समुद्र की सी गंभीरता, चंद्रमा की सी शीतलता, पर्वतों जैसी उच्च मानसिकता हमें एक साथ नारी के हृदय में दृष्टिगोचर होती है. वह दया, करुणा, ममता और प्रेम की पावन मूर्ति है, और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर कभी कभी वह प्रचंड चंडी के रूप में भी दिखाई पड़ती है. वह मनुष्य के जीवन की जन्मदात्री है और नर और नारी एक दूसरे के पूरक है। वह माता के समान हमारी रक्षा करती है और मित्र व गुरु के समान शुभ कार्यों के लिए हमें प्रेरित करती है। कहा गया है, यत्र नार्यस्तु पूजन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवता। साहित्य समाज का दर्पण कहलाता है। वह समाज को प्रकाश में बनाता है। भी कहा है, उन्होंने ठीक ही कहा है कि अंधकार है वहां जहां आदित्य नहीं, मुर्दा है वह देश जहां साहित्य नहीं। वर्तमान समय में हिंदी साहित्य की विविध विधाओं में विवश की चर्चाएं हो रही हैं। नारी विषय चर्चा हो रही है। यहाँ पर हेलो
हेलो
आवाज आ
सर।
रही है?
आ रही सर। प्लीज कंटिन्यू एंड कंक्लूडेड। जी सर।
जयशंकर प्रसाद जी ने नारी को श्रद्धा रूपिणी कहा है। उसे दया, माया, ममता, त्याग, बलिदान, सेवा, समर्पण तथा अगाध विश्वास युक्त कहकर जीवन को समतल बनाकर सतत अमृत धारा बहाने वाली घोषित किया है। जैसे
सर योर टाइम इज ओवर, प्लीज कंक्लूड इट।
तल में यूं स्रोत सी बहा करो जीवन के सुंदर समतल में। मुझे लग रहा समय हो गया है। धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम, आपने मुझे मौका दिया।
थैंक यू।
थैंक
यू। Wonderful presentation for all.
May I present my paper, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. I am Vinuta Muktamat. I am present. Hello, ma'am. I am Dr. Vinuta Muktamat. I am present. Shall I present my paper?
Yes, please. Please start.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I am going to present on the health status of rural elderly women in Karnataka state and the intervention. Actually, aging is exponentially increasing in India, and especially elderly women population is increasing, and hence attached to it there are many problems. In this view, the study was conducted to examine their nutritional and health status and to provide the intervention. And then the results of the study showed that the many of the women actually they were malnourished. Rural elderly women, most of them were at risk for malnutrition and malnourished, and also they had severe cognitive impairment. Mild to severe cognitive impairment was there, and mild anemia was also present in them, and also they had other comorbidities like hypertension and other things. So with eye problems, dental problems, and poor bone density, and hence, and to empower them, an intervention program was conducted where the nutritional and healthcare programs were conducted, and also knowledge was given, and post-test scores when it was compared to the pre-test. The knowledge of the women also improved, and also the nutritional status also increased among the rural elderly women. Also, the cognitive status also improved. When compared with to conclude the study, before intervention, it was 51.85% were at risk of malnutrition, and then 40.7 were having mild cognitive impairment, 31.5% had low anemia, and 39 with high BP, 2 with low BP problems, and 24 were diabetic, and other problems were there. But post-test results indicated improvement in the nutritional status, cognitive health, stabilizing the diabetes level and high BP, lowering the anemic percentage among
Your
the
time is over. Please conclude, madam.
Yeah. This shows the need for conducting intervention programs in the rural India, which is very important, especially because the rural elderly women are dependent on men and other family members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I present, ma'am?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. May I present, ma'am? Myself, Monalisa Guchait from West Bengal, ma'am.
Please start, or you have only 2 minutes. Please start, madam.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is, ma'am, role of education and employment on socio-economic empowerment of women. Due to short timing, I just come into my objective. My objective is total 6 objectives there at that are study of level of education of women, occupational status of women, empowerment status of women, and
relationship between occupation and women empowerment, and education and women empowerment. And there is some relation is positive is all over. The educated women are increasing their empowerment power also. To here my study area is the West Bengal. Two districts are Howrah and Purbo Medinipur districts, and first objective was to study the level of education of women is the here is showing that 21.50% are postgraduate, 18% are graduate, and secondary, and most of the women are literate. And next objective two showing that occupational status is very much not very much high. Here only 50% are unemployed, and 9% are skilled person, 6% are office assistant, and 24% are professional in nature of occupation. And the empowerment status is highlighted that the women empowerment is high in urban area rather than rural area. Next, the correlation between occupation and women empowerment, showing that the women empowerment status is increased significantly and when their occupational status is high. Next, education, when educational empowerment is high in women, then their empowerment is naturally high in character.
Your time is over. Please conclude your talk.
Directly due to short timing, I directly come into my conclusion. From the analysis under the study, it is clear that most of the women are HS pass, like 75%. Among them, only 49% are employed. So it is said that women are not conscious about their economic empowerment, and also it may be for restriction of male members in family. Then there was no difference in the occupational status of women in Howrah and Purbo Medinipur districts. But women of urban area are most conscious about their occupation. Also, income level of women is high in urban area and Howrah district in Purbo Medinipur district rather than. It was found that educated employed women are much developed than educated unemployed women. So it brings a conclusion that education, occupation, and employment level are more important factors for socio-economic empowerment of women in a way.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Time is over. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. And
ma'am, good evening.
Is over.
Mamta ma'am.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
मैम आई एम डॉक्टर योगेश बाजवान फ्रॉम हरियाणा. मैम 2 मिनट में भी बोलना चाहूंगी.
Please start. Only 2 minutes है ना, short and sweet.
ओके मैम, ओके. आधुनिक युग में एक ओर तो महिला सशक्तिकरण के दावे किए जाते हैं, किंतु दूसरी ओर महिलाओं के विरुद्ध अपराध का ग्राफ लगातार बढ़ता ही जा रहा है. महिला सशक्तिकरण की बात तो वास्तविकता से परे है. शिक्षा के क्षेत्र से विकास से महिलाओं में निश्चित रूप से उनके मनोबल, आत्मविश्वास में वृद्धि हुई है, जिसके कारण वे समाज में अपने अस्तित्व एवं अपनी स्वयं की पहचान को बनाए हुए हैं. आज महिलाएं सामाजिक, आर्थिक, शैक्षणिक एवं राजनीतिक हर क्षेत्र में पुरुषों के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रही हैं, किंतु उनका शोषण आज भी जारी है. थैंक यू मैम, आपने मुझे टाइम दिया.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay,
One presentation.
Ma'am, we are already late.
Wonderful presentation through all speakers.
Okay.
And gave very informative knowledge in different states. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for attending this session.
Only 2 minutes, ma'am.
And thank you everyone for attending this session, presenting paper and making this conference successful. Thank you so much. Now I invite Brajesh sir.
ओके मैम, थैंक यू. एंड स्पेशली थैंक यू ममता मैम कि आपने बहुत ही अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेट किया और बहुत ही अच्छा सेशन था हमारा. बहुत ही अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन हुए यहाँ पर. तो सबसे ज्यादा
प्रेजेंटेशन सारे स्पीकर्स बहुत ही अच्छे थे. एंड आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन टू गिव अपॉर्चुनिटी. एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर अटेंडिंग दिस session and making the conference successful. Thank you so much. Brajesh sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you ma'am. Thank you very much. और हम ऐसे ही आपसे आशा करेंगे कि आने वाले समय भी आप हमें सहयोग करेंगे आप हमारे सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन वुमेन सेल के एक पार्ट है और आपके सहयोग से बहुत अच्छा हम आयोजन कर पाए। मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो हमने जो मैसेज बॉक्स में एक लिंक भेजी है उसमें आप अपना फीड कर दिए, उसी बेस में हम आपको सर्टिफिकेट देंगे। अपनी बेसिक डिटेल फीड कर दीजिए। और हम दो प्रकार के, एक तो सभी जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़े हुए हैं सभी को हम सर्टिफिकेट देंगे, और दूसरा सर्टिफिकेट हम जिन्होंने फीस पेड की उनको देंगे, और जिनने पेपर नहीं भेजा है वो हमको 1 वीक में पेपर भेज देंगे। और जिन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन किया है, पीपीटी बनाई, वो पीपीटी भी हमको ईमेल कर देंगे। हम 2 या 3 दिन में बेस्ट सर्च पेपर हम देने वाले हैं अवार्ड। तो जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स ने जो हमको अभी जो एक्सपर्ट्स ये सब नोट कर रहे हैं वो हमको आज शाम तक रिजल्ट देंगे। लेकिन सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो अपनी पीपीटी हमको जरूर मेल कर देंगे। और जो हमने एक शीट दी है आपको मैसेज बॉक्स में, उस शीट को आप तुरंत भर दीजिए, क्योंकि उसी बेस पे हम आपको सर्टिफिकेट देने वाले हैं सभी को। तो इसलिए आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट, और एक बार मैं सभी लोगों को पुनः एक बार धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमारे सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन वुमेन सेल के सभी सदस्य, और आज के जो हमारे गेस्ट थे, जो लेक्चर जिन्होंने दिया, इंटरनेशनल पर्सनालिटी थी, सभी का हम एक बार धन्यवाद करते हैं। उनके अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हुए ये हम कॉन्फ्रेंस यहीं खत्म करते हैं। और वंस अगेन वी गिव स्पेशल थैंक टू ममता मैडम कि आपने हमें समय दिया और बहुत ही अच्छा कंडक्ट आपने करा, बहुत अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेट था। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Brajesh sir, thank you. A wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mota madam.
सर जिनके पेपर अभी नहीं पहुंचे हैं वो भेज सकते हैं अब?
यस विदिन 7 days।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।